Recording in progress.
Ndade Seabi,
She,
Mhlompe le kae papa?
hona le kae baba Mfundisi?
Re hona.
Eh,
Ni go gopela le ntshwarele tshwantse ke thome ka international relations.
o mamohla le thoma ka international relations. All right, no, ha gona bothata.
Ke a
Re
leboga.
tla e record. Babalwa, are we in quorum?
Yes, Chair, you can start a meeting.
Thank you very much. Let me welcome you all on the platform. Honorable members, I see Lieutenant General Musikili and your team. I see Mr. Tulani Sibui together with Mr. Amaru and your team. Thanks very much. You are welcome. I didn't see the minister and the deputy minister and the national commissioner on the platform, but let's continue. Can we fly the agenda?
Good morning, Honorable Chair, General Masemola. I am on the platform.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. My apology, National Commissioner. I didn't see you. You are welcome. Thanks very much. There is the agenda, honorable members. Can I have a mover for the adoption?
Shekima moves.
Shekima moves. Can I have a Honorable Masuku seconds? Thank you very much. The agenda is adopted. This is what will guide us in this meeting. Item 2, apologies. We've already received an apology of Honorable Mishwe, who's attending another meeting on international relations. Are there further apologies, Babalo?
Yes, Chair, I received 4 apologies from the following members. The minister won't be able to attend the meeting due to the cabinet meeting. The Secretary for Police is requesting to be excused at 10 to attend an urgent work-related engagement. The Deputy Minister will not be able to attend as well. He will be leading the delegation to the Select Committee on Security and Justice. And Dr. Hulevalti indicated that he won't be able to attend the meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. I take those apologies are accepted. unless if there is an opposing view. No opposing view, they are accepted. Can we move to the next item? Item 3, which deals with the opening remarks from the chairperson. Honorable members, National Commissioner and your team, Secretary, Civilian Secretariat and your team, I've already welcomed you. Minister Cele, together with the National Commissioner and Provincial Commissioner of the Western Cape, visited the construction sites of the Makaza and Tafelsig police stations to assess progress on the construction project. We are hopeful that the commitments made during our meeting last week will be upheld and that the project will be brought to fruition within the expected time frame and budget. The Tafelsig station is one of the most expensive building projects undertaken by the police at an estimated cost of 150 million. We call on the department to ensure that the project is managed diligently, to ensure that public funds are spent economically and efficiently. We extend our condolences to the family of Captain Bulelani Mavundela, who was fatally shot outside his home in Kwapaka on Saturday evening. The officer was the unit commander at the Mount Frere Commercial Crime Unit. We call on the National Commissioner to leave no stone unturned until the perpetrator is found. Honorable members, we condemn the death of Thawelo Mbau after he was allegedly assaulted by members of the police outside his dormitory. Mr. Mbau was a second-year electrical engineering student at the Tshwane University of Technology. He had a bright future, which had been taken away from him and his family. The IPIT has confirmed that they are investigating the case, and we call on the Minister of Police and Executive Director of IPIT to prioritize the investigation. Police brutality is condemned in the strongest possible terms. The IPIT is requested to provide a report to the committee once the investigation has been concluded. If the investigation shows that the implicated police member is guilty, the member must face the full might of the law. Today, we will focus primarily on the implementation of the Domestic Violence Act and gender-based violence. We continue to have unacceptably high levels of crimes against women and children in our society. Our femicide rate is 5 times the average global rate, and we suffer almost 120 rapes daily in South Africa. Domestic violence is often the breeding ground for increasingly serious crimes, such as femicide. When young girls and boys experience domestic violence or sexual abuse, the cycle of violence are often perpetuated throughout their adult lives. The cycle must be broken, and a key legislative tool remains the Domestic Violence Act. The compliance with its prescripts by police members is critically important. Last week, I welcomed the appointment of the Secretary of Police in the Civilian Secretariat. And today, I think it is his first meeting with us. We want to welcome you to this meeting and want to wish you well in your new responsibility. We also want to extend our appreciation and thanks to Mr. Amaru, who has been holding the fort for quite some time, and he never disappointed. We think the new secretary is joining a team of committed people, And we want to thank you for that. We wish you well, and we hope we will work well moving forward. Thanks very much, honorable members. I think today, as the police will reflect on the implementation of Domestic Violence Act, and see today that the police reflect our society, and many police members are either perpetrators or victims of domestic violence. It is, however, disheartening that so many of our police members who are charged to uphold the law are guilty of breaking it by committing acts of domestic violence. How can we expect these officers to serve women wanting to report domestic violence at police station? It is not possible. We live in a world where young girls are increasingly sexualized and abused. Over the past week, the extent of this was evident in the handing down of various sentences, including the following. The Phalaborwa Regional Court has sentenced the 33-year-old Chris Ramatlo to 3 consecutive life imprisonment for his abhorrent crimes of rape against 3 minors in the Namahale policing area. The Regional Court in Giyani sentenced a 34-year-old man to 3 life terms for raping 3 young girls in Giyani in 2020 and 2021. The Gauteng High Court in Johannesburg has sentenced a serial rapist who terrorized women in Cosmos City to life imprisonment. DNA evidence played a central role in the conviction of this man and highlights the importance of forensic science laboratories as a critical tool in the fight against gender-based violence and femicide. We congratulate the successes achieved by the dedicated members of the Family Violence, Child Protection, and Sexual Offences units. While saying this, I pray that these officers receive the necessary psychological support to enable them to deal with these cases that show the absolute worst of humanity. Honorable members, as always, we have fruitful engagements on these very sensitive and important issues during today's meeting. We wrote a letter to the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Women and Children, inviting her and committee members to the meeting. I haven't seen them. I don't think they have joined us yet, but I will be advised. Thanks very much. Let's move to the next item. Next item, it's adoption of minutes. 4.1, consideration and adoption of the minutes of the previous meeting held on March 2024. Can we have the minutes on the screen?
A person.
Who's that? Magdalena?
Yes, Chair. I joined the meeting. I'm from the Portfolio Committee of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability.
Okay. Thanks very much, Honorable Member. We heartily welcome you. Please feel free to participate.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. There is the minute on the screen, honorable members. Agenda, adoption of the agenda, apologies and attendance. Opening and welcome. Opening remarks by the chairperson. Opening remarks by the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure. Opening remarks by the Minister of Police. Consideration and adoption of minutes, matters arising. Presentation by SAPS PWI. Continue. Committee deliberation. Committee resolutions. The committee took the following resolutions and requested additional information. The committee requested a report to be submitted by DPWI within 2 weeks on various key concerns emanating from the meeting. The DPWI should provide a breakdown of the envisaged completion dates for the reported high priority projects, including the Bulubedu and Mangwen police stations. This should include action steps to ensure that the projects are finalized on the envisaged completion dates. The DPWI should further provide an intervention plan for the relocation of the KwaZulu-Natal Forensic Science Laboratory. In terms of the Telecom Towers complex, the department should provide a detailed breakdown of expenditure of the acquisition, upgrades, including ICT, and renovations of the Telecom Towers complex from 2015 to date. The information should include a breakdown of contracts awarded to contractors and implementing agents of these projects and the cost of not relocating to the complex in terms of private and month-to-month leases. The information should include the steps that will be taken to ensure that the Minister and Deputy Minister of Police have appropriate office accommodation and the cost of temporary accommodation of officials evacuated from the Telecom Towers complex. The report should further provide details on the forensic investigation that will be launched on the Telecom Towers complex, including timeframes. The committee should be provided with high-level summary of the envisaged reforms in the NDPWI related to contract and project management as highlighted during the meeting, such as the introduction of risk tolerances, alternative dispute resolution, and public-private partnerships. 9 closing remarks by the chairperson, and the meeting was adjourned at 1:07 in the afternoon. Are there amendments to the minutes, honorable members? Additions, subtractions? The minutes were sent to you well in advance. No amendments. Can I get a mover for the adoption of the minutes?
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, everyone on the platform. I would like to move for the adoption of the minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable
Chair?
Masuku.
Yes,
Yes.
I've been talking to myself earlier on. I wanted to indicate that I did arrive a bit later, I think an hour, of which I had asked for to be excused. So it might need to be recorded as such.
Okay. Let it be recorded as such. Honorable Marekwa.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning. I would like to second the move to adopt the minutes as presented. Thank you.
Adoption of minutes seconded. Any opposing view? Minutes adopted. The next item is matters arising. What I must indicate, honorable members, is that after our meeting, the Office of the Chairperson wrote a memo to both the Minister of Public Works and Police, just to remind them about the resolutions of the meeting, for them to follow up with their officials so that we receive the envisaged report. I think if there are other matters, when SAPS present, they will report to us if there's something to report. Unless if there's a matter arising, is there any other matter arising on us that we want to interact with? Honorable Ted Blanche.
Chairperson, good morning, and good morning to everybody. Chairperson, no, you did touch on the police is going to start, with some feedback on issues, and I just wanted to say that if it will depend what they're going to say if there's further feedback that I would be wanting. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Munsu.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I thought that at some stage SAPS should come and brief us on exactly how the promotion system works. There are various disillusioned officers in the country. So perhaps they should come and tell us exactly, what processes, what mechanisms they use in terms of the promotion system. And secondly, if you remember, Chairperson, I've requested a comprehensive budget based on all the challenges SAPS faces and all their needs. It still hasn't come, Chairperson. So it makes it very difficult when you're on the ground. You hear from police officers at different stations the difficulties that they are having, Chairperson. Thank you.
I think we will receive a presentation next week of all their needs in terms of the budget so that the committee can assist. Maybe in addition, if Commissioner is comfortable, they can add the issue. We'll see whether it's feasible next week also, the issue of promotions, just a high-level one. And I also, National Commissioner, I always receive complaints about, I think I have about 2 or 3 submissions, which I will forward to your office about people, police officers who are requesting for transfers because they have one challenge or the other. And they seem to be disgruntled because they are not being granted such transfers. And most of them, if not all, are in the Western Cape. Okay. We're done with minutes and matters arising. We're now on 6.
Chairperson.
Honorable Marekwa, sorry for that. My apologies.
Thank you, Chairperson. My hand was up. I would like to add, Chair, I hear the issues around promotions and other things that members have highlighted, including the transfers that you are adding. But I think it will also be important, Chairperson, that SAPS report at some stage, maybe to be included in the report that you talked about, issues of placement, because you get members sitting in offices wishing to be somewhere else within the police, but being allocated an office where they feel the potential and the skills that they occupy, that they have acquired over the time, is not being used to its full. So I think that part must also be included, the placement, because many of the members, I see sometimes also on this platform, you'll have doctor, advocate, and this, and you start to locate to say, how is the person effective in the areas where they are? So I think the issue of placement from the top to the bottom structures of the police should also be included. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thanks. I think the National Commissioner will apply his mind and see how to include them, just a high level, so that members can have a better understanding. We are on item 6. I don't know, now is 20:09, and the Secretary has requested to be released. Honorable Marego, is it a legacy hand? Okay, thanks. The Secretary has requested to be released at 10. I'm not sure how long will be the presentation from SAPS. We wanted the Secretary to introduce himself to the committee and talk to the committee before he leaves. National Commissioner? National Commissioner?
Good morning. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members. My audible, Honorable Chair?
Yeah,
oh, okay. Thanks, Honorable Chair. I see there's no video on my side. I don't know what is happening, but however, thanks for the opportunity. We will start with our presentation, but before I do that, Honorable Chair, let me just mention a few matters of interest. That we had an incident of a shooting in Westbury where a Ashwin was shot dead. It is a gang-infested area, so the community was met yesterday by General Musikidi and General Sibia with a view to bring in a solution. They have increased the deployment in that area, but we will also look at the detective part and increase more the organized crime detective with a view to deal with the problems in an integrated manner from Westbury up to El Dorado Park. The Honorable Chair, we're still looking for the body of the 6-year-old Jocelyn at Sultana Bay. We haven't yet found her. There is also a murder case that happened yesterday morning as we woke up. It happened in Cullinan, in the rural part of Cullinan. It is at a monastery church where the 4 fathers, Egyptian fathers, were not necessarily a father, I mean the father of priest, were sleeping. What was discovered by the workers yesterday is that they found 2 bodies in a pool of blood outside, stabbed, and one body was found in his room also stabbed, and the one surviving father was found in his room. He said he was there when this 2 African men came and stabbed them. And when he was stabbed, he ran to his room and he slept. And he never found anybody since. It was only the workers that discovered this in the morning. So we are busy investigating that. And he is detained for questioning. And we will see how the case moves forward. Also, Honorable Chair, myself, the Minister of Police, we were in last week Friday in Richards Bay, where we did put an intervention in place because of the problem there around the business area in that region. And we have established a team that will investigate the murder of, remember there was a murder earlier in the month of a business CEO in that area of Fosco. So we have a team there that will be looking at not only that one matter, but all other matters in that specific area of Richards Bay. We also, Honorable Chair, you spoke about the matter of the 57-year-old captain, but there was also a matter of 2 police officials at Claremont Quarterback in KZN over the weekend, where 2 members, they were dropping their colleagues, who were ambushed and shot. We have seen the police did launch an operation. They found 1 suspect. Unfortunately, during the process of arresting him, he fired at the police and he was fatally wounded. When, after shooting the police officers, they took 1 died, 1 survived. They took their service pistols. So we lost life there, but the suspect was fatally injured, and luckily we recovered both pistols that were taken during the attack on the police. We also had 2 CITs for the last week. Both of them were in the province of Eastern Cape. And on a follow-up, thereafter, the police were able to confront suspects. In the encounter, 3 suspects were fatally injured in the process. 2 were injured and 1 was arrested. Basically, that is that, Honorable Chair. We'll now get to the presentation. Of course, yesterday we were in Western Cape with the Minister, where I think you did give feedback. We visited those police stations, and we visited the family of the young girl that his body was found. Let me, without wasting time, go to then the presentation. I take note of the comments that you made relating to promotions. We will be able to give the committee the criteria and the instructions, policy around that. And going to the presentation, Honorable Chair, I'll then ask General Msikiri and a team to start with the presentation on the Domestic Violence Act. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
National Commissioner, my apologies just for your indulgence. I'm not sure how long will the presentation take. I don't know whether if we allow the Secretary to address the committee before he leaves, I'm not sure whether that will cause an inconvenience. If not, I would ask for your permission to allow the Secretary to address the committee before he leaves. Will that be inconveniencing, National Commissioner?
No, that will be in order, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks very much. Thanks very much for your understanding. My apologies, Lieutenant General Msikiri. Is because the Secretary requested to leave at 10. Can we go to Civilian Secretary? Secretary?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. And my greetings to the honorable members and the generals from SAPS, as well as the colleagues within the Civilian Secretariat. Chair, thank you very much, and I already feel welcome and will be in a position to work very effectively, do my best to ensure that we have a good relationship with the committee and all other members. Thanks a lot, Chair. I have Mr. Ramaru together with the team. They will be assisting me in the presentation. Thanks a lot, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you. National Commissioner, we can revert back to you now. General Musikili.
Chairperson, very good morning to the members, to the National Commissioner, the Secretary of Police, that Mabon. Chairperson, I am going to request General Matonzi, who is in the platform, to take us through the presentation. We also have in our midst the newly appointed Divisional Commissioner of Visible Policing and Operations, a well-known Major General Mamuteti then, who used to be the head of firearm and liquor. She is in the meeting, but General Matonzi, Chairperson, is going to take us through this presentation through you. Chair, thank you very much. General Matonzi.
Can we see the face of the newly appointed first?
Thank you, Chairperson. I will invite General Mamuteti to show the face, General.
General Mamuteti, can we see your face?
On.
Okay. Your mic is muted. You are muted. I can see your lips moving, but you are muted. We can't hear you. Okay, you are muted.
General,
okay.
You are muted.
Okay, let's continue. Let's continue with the presentation. At least we have seen the face.
Honorable Chair, it's Major General Matonzi. Let me just show my face as well.
Thanks.
General Matonzi, continue. General Masamula.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Let me just show my face and then I will proceed.
Thank you.
Honorable Chair of the committee, honorable members of the committee, our National Commissioner, General Masamula, all the Deputy National Commissioners, the Provincial Commissioners present, our Divisional Commissioners, the Secretary, Mr. Spui, all the senior officials, and all protocols observed. Today, Chair, we presenting this report as part of the requirement in terms of the Act. If we can just move to the next slide. These are topics that we will cover. I won't go through them one by one, but this is just to highlight, Chairperson, the issues that are critical in terms of this report. Some of the issues are emanating from the legislation itself, but also there are issues that were requested by the Portfolio Committee to be added. We can move to the next slide. We can give the quick background, just to stress, Honorable Chair, that this is a statutory obligation of the National Commissioner to report to the Parliament every 6 months. in terms of Section 18.5 of the Domestic Violence Act as amended now. The directive also prescribes what information should be reported on. The first one is the number and particulars of complaints received against members in respect of the failure relating to this particular act. Secondly is the disciplinary proceedings instituted as a result of non-compliance. That is also a requirement. And thirdly is the steps taken as a result of the recommendations, because Civilian Secretariat will conduct inspection to check compliance. We also have to report in terms of what steps were taken as a result of the recommendations for failure to comply. Let's move to the next slide. Still continuing with the background. Over and above the prescribed information that we have to report on, Chair, is that the committee also requested or directed that we should also report on the members who are also victims of domestic violence, as well as perpetrators as well. But the committee also requested that we should also report on the firearms seized in the process, as well as the number of police stations where the members are deployed. But as part of this report, Chair, we also report on the broader management of domestic violence program. In other words, we also report on other issues or programs that we are running to ensure that we deal with the scourge of domestic violence. And lastly, Chair, on this slide is to indicate that the report that we are presenting today, it talks to the previous semester, which is the 1st of April to the end of September. So we'll now be, from next month, we'll be due for the report for the second semester of the current financial year. So this one is from last year. We can then move to the next slide and start looking at the real issues. The first one is the number and nature of complaints for the period, for the reporting period, as I indicated. We had a total of 60 complaints during the reporting period. The highest number was on the failure to complete. This is the notice 508, as well as the registers. These are basically administrative records where we have to record the incident as well as the notice. The second highest was a total of 7, where it's failure to record domestic violence in the occurrence book or pocket book. Again, this was also introduced to make sure that we keep account of the records of the incidents of domestic violence. And the next one, which were 2 complaints, was around the failure to assist a complainant to open a case. So that gave us a total of 60 complaints during the reporting period. We can move to the next slide. Now, if we take the same complaints, Chair, then we break them down into provinces, we can see that the top highest were Western Cape and Free State recorded 19 complaints, followed by Gauteng with 12, and Limpopo by 6, and KZN 4. The other 3 provinces did not record any complaint during the reporting period. We move to the next slide. If we move to the next slide, which is the number of complaints against whom complaints were made for that particular period. Now we are counting the members. So 60 was the total number of complaints. And this current slide, 54, is the number of members. In other words, members who were involved in those particular complaints is 54. So we'll notice straight away that the number of complaints is bigger than the number of members. The reason for that is that other members may have been involved in more than 2 incidents, or more than 1 incident, sorry. That's why the numbers are not exactly the same. So if we look at the members from Free State, 19 members, and Free State had 19 cases, also 19 members, which means it's 1 member per each complaint. Gauteng, they had 8 members involved, but the complaints were 12. Then we have Western Cape with 19 members involved, also with 19 complaints, which give us a total of 54 members against whom the complaints were made during the reporting period. Let's move to the next slide. This is just to explain, which I've already touched on, Chair, a little bit, to say that the total was 60 complaints, but the members involved were 54. The reason being that in Gauteng and KZN, members were involved were involved in more than one complaint for one member. That explains the difference between 60 as well as 54. So this is just to explain that, to make sure that there is no confusion or misunderstanding. We can move to the next slide. Now, reporting on the actions taken against the members during the reporting period, a total of 54 members, again, as indicated. All the members against whom the complaints were made, there were actions taken. As you can see, Free State had 19, also 19 actions were taken. Western Cape also 19, Gauteng 8 members, Limpopo as well as KZN. So all the members, the actions were taken against those complaints that were made. Then we move to the next slide. Now, if we explain now the breakdown of those departmental actions taken, the highest was on the departmental investigation. 25 of those members out of 54, we took departmental investigation and is still under investigation. These are serious matters, such as where a person is turned away from the CSC, etc. It was followed by remedial steps after initial interview. This will happen, a chairperson, in those cases where it's a minor thing that can be corrected. So once the commander picks up that there was a failure on something administrative, then they will interview the member and correct it or take some remedial steps at a local level. The next was followed by the written warning, also 12 as well, where the commander will give the member a written warning for such failure. And then we got verbal warning after initial interview. We had 3 in terms of that, and final warnings were 2. I think the important thing to stress on this particular one is that we had 54 members involved, and all of them, there were departmental actions that were taken, varying from a written warning to a serious investigation, as well as a written warning. I think that's what is important on this particular slide. If we can move to the next slide. This one, Honorable Chair, is the members identified as alleged perpetrators, which is also as a request from the committee to include this information, where a total of 165 members who were involved to identify as alleged perpetrators for domestic violence during the reporting period, which is 6 months. The highest was in Western Cape with 70, followed by Free State with 47, followed by Gauteng with 25 members, KZN 8, and the other 4 provinces is 5 and below. So these are perpetrators of domestic violence. We move to the next slide, which now talks to our members as victims of domestic violence, with a total of 74 members who were victims during the reporting period. The highest number of victims were in Western Cape, followed by Free State with 22, and then Gauteng 5, and the other provinces is 4 and below. And that gave us the total of 74 members as victims of domestic violence. We move to the next slide. We are also required to seize the state-owned firearms as well from those members who are involved. There were a total of 79 state-owned firearms that were seized from the members who were involved in domestic violence. The highest was in Free State with 25, followed by Western Cape with 19, Gauteng 16, KZN 8, and the other provinces were 4 and below. And that gave us a total of 79 state-owned firearms that were seized. Let's move to the next slide. But there were also 5 members during the reporting period who had their own private firearms, licensed firearms. So if we add that 79 state-owned firearms with 5 private firearms, then we seized a total of 84 firearms were seized during the reporting period. We move to the next slide just to summarize this and make it maybe in a simpler format. The number of alleged perpetrators were 165, and then the number of state firearms issued and seized was 79. The number of members not in possession of state firearms were 86. Maybe just to explain this, that there are those members who are issued with firearms as a personal issue. We call it SAPS 108, which means that they have state firearms in their possession permanently. And then there are those members who only book the firearm in and out when they are on duty. So in those cases, like 86, these are members who only use state firearms when they are on duty. So there was nothing to seize from them. We just stopped issuing firearms to them after the allegations. So that's basically what this slide is explaining, Chairperson. Let's move to the next slide. The next slide now talking to the monitoring and evaluation, which is also part of reporting. As a department, we are guided by the directive of 1999, which we call it our national instruction, where we conduct regular inspections of relevant registers and forms at station level. This is what we do on a regular basis. It's done by national, by province, as well as the districts. They do these regular inspections. But also in terms of the directive is that where there is non-compliance have been identified, the commander as well is obliged to take the necessary steps against such a member. Hence, we're reporting on the departmental actions that were taken by the commanders for non-compliance. But we also monitor incidents of non-compliance. That's why we had a category on remedial actions where a minor thing has happened, the commander will fix it on the spot, interview a member, guide them, or provide whatever guidance that they would require to address that particular issue. So that is in terms of monitoring and ensuring that there is full compliance with the Domestic Violence Act, as well as our internal instructions. Let's move to the next slide. We move to the next slide, Chairperson, just to highlight that the Domestic Violence of 1998, there were some amendments last year. So what we are reporting here that we have implemented the amended national instruction, which is our guideline, to make sure that it complies with the amended Domestic Violence Act. The key amendments in terms of the Domestic Violence Act as amended was around the expansion of the definition, where now it includes things such as spiritual abuse. The other critical thing as well that was amended was giving the extra powers to the officers. For instance, officers now are required to arrest, or they can arrest both parties in the crime scene if they're both assaulting each other. Because what you do find very often in domestic violence, you'll find that both the victim and the complainant, they've assaulted each other. And when you come to the scene, you find that both of them can demonstrate that they've been assaulted. So this act was trying to cover that particular aspect. The other thing as well in terms of the amended domestic violence was to expand the duties of the police officer. In terms of the amended act, the court may now direct officers to visit the residence or the residence of the victim on a regular basis to monitor compliance. In other words, if the court has issued a particular order, the court may say to the officer, you need to visit the complainant on a regular basis to check that there is full compliance, is no longer attacked, and so on and so on and so on. So that is also an additional provision that was made. And obviously, there were also other forms that were added that needs to be completed. So as far as we are concerned, what we have done then, we are also we've updated our directive from 1999 to accommodate these new changes. We can move to the next slide. As far as training and capacity building, Chairperson, what we are presenting in this committee is that in terms of the new officers who are coming through the system now, as part of basic training, they also get capacitated on domestic violence as well as victim empowerment. And the reason why this is important is because we want to indicate that we have appropriate training or learning programs that covers those members who are coming in as well as those members who are already inside the system. For in-service training, these are our key learning programs. There is also human rights, which is not added here, but it's also part of our programs. There's domestic violence learning program, which we provide to our members. There is domestic violence trainer course as well as victim empowerment training. So these are all the learning programs that capacitate our members to deal with domestic violence and other GBV related matters. But over and above that, Chairperson, we are currently reviewing the domestic violence learning program. As I indicated, that the amendments on the Domestic Violence Act of 1998 were approved last year, and hence we have to now update our learning program to make sure that it captures or it caters for those changes that I've mentioned in my previous slide. But over and above that, we also have what I would call informal training, where we also conduct capacity building across the country, from national as well as from province, to capacitate our members at a station level. During the reporting period, those are the 4 provinces that we had covered at the time during that 6 months: Eastern Cape, Free State, KwaZulu-Natal, and Western Cape. And we covered others in another semester, which I think we'll report next time, Chairperson. We move to the next slide. In terms of public education and awareness, this one is kind of these are proactive programs to prevent and sensitize the communities as well as our members about domestic violence and gender-based violence. We conduct these programs across the country. We work closely with other government departments, social development in particular, as well as justice and the presidency. We work on various programs to raise awareness on gender-based violence. Secondly, Chairperson, we also work with other departments and stakeholders to support the other calendar of events, such as the Youth Month, Women's Month, Crime Victim Rights Week in September, the Trafficking in Persons Awareness Month, which is October, and 16 Days of Activism campaign against violence. So we also participate in those programs with other stakeholders and other departments to raise awareness. But also provinces as well, they also conduct different awareness programs. Either it's door-to-door campaigns, distributing pamphlets, which raises awareness, as well as also raising awareness around SAPS members as well. So these are the programs that we undertake as part of our proactive initiatives to sensitize members as well as the public. We can move to the next slide. As far as continuous improvement is concerned, which is part of monitoring and ensuring that the Act is complied with, we also have the forums that we have with Civilian Secretariat. CSPS, Civilian Secretariat, they have a responsibility to check compliance. So we have forum where we sit with them and interrogate the reports, interrogate all the challenges, and come up with some interventions or measures when necessary to make sure that there is full compliance. If we feel that there are certain things that are not done properly, we will come up with a plan. If we have to amend our directives, we do that and issue new instructions to the stations, etc., etc. So these are some of the mechanisms that we have in place to ensure monitoring of Domestic Violence Act as well. And we have different, we also have forums at provincial level. We also meet nationally with Civilian Secretariat at different times. If you can move to the next slide. I think as I conclude, Chairperson, just to emphasize that we continually conduct capacity building sessions across the country to cover all the areas. We're currently focusing on the amendments at this stage to sensitize the members on the changes on the legislation. We also, Chairperson, we also have a gender-based violence and sexual offences action plan, which was our national plan that we developed 2 years ago after the approval of the strategy at a national level. And our plan was focusing, among other things, on addressing DNA backlog, training of frontline officers, FCS capacity, compliance with directives and legislation, establishment of GPV desk, as well as victim-friendly rooms. And we have made significant progress as far as these matters are concerned. I think for now, the only thing is two things actually. Is the capacity of our detectives is an ongoing process, but as we get more members, new recruitment, our FCS unit is being capacitated on continuous basis. And secondly is the issue around the victim-friendly rooms, which we still have about 108 stations that don't have the fixed facilities that we are processing the contract to make sure that they are supported. And lastly, constantly monitoring the implementation of the guidelines as indicated to make sure that compliance in terms of victim-friendly services as well as the establishment of the test. So that is
our service.
Okay, continue. Sorry.
Josie, the four of us will go. It's Josie's coming.
Okay.
Honorable Magdalena, may you please mute? Lieutenant General Matonzi, you may continue.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure why I lost the chair. I was on the concluding slide. Chair, I was just stressing on in my conclusion to say that we constantly conduct the capacity building sessions to empower our members, focusing in the main on the amendments of the Domestic Violence Act. As I indicated, that the definitions were changed. There are new forms that have to be used and other compliance issues that the police have to take care of. We also monitoring the implementation of our gender-based violence plan, which we developed 2 years ago. It was addressing, among other issues, the training of our frontline, the DNA backlog, capacitation of our specialized unit, FCS. Yeah, I think those were the main things that we were addressing as far as this matter is concerned. I just wanted to stress that we have made good progress in terms of that, in terms of getting our desk, but also we are constantly giving additional members to our specialized unit FCS on continuous basis. We are hoping that they will be properly capacitated as over the next few years or so. I just wanted to indicate that as far as the victim-friendly rooms are concerned, the only issue was that we have about 138 facilities that did not have the fixed structures in terms of victim-friendly facilities, but the contract, I think, is now in place from our supply chain to make sure that they are capacitated. And lastly, that as a department, we constantly monitoring the implementation of the guideline and ensuring that there is full compliance. There are inspection teams from both the national as well as from the province who constantly inspect the stations and ensure that they fully comply with all the directives as well as the legislation. So, Chairperson, this is our report for the 1st of April to the 30th of September. I submit. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. I see the Honorable Masiko, the whip of the Portfolio Committee on Women. You are welcome.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and good morning.
Good morning. General Msigidi, are we fine?
That's our submission. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. I also see Honorable Kaula from the Portfolio Committee on Women. You are welcome, Madam. Can we move to the presentation by Secretariat so that we discuss both reports simultaneously?
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. As was indicated earlier, the Secretary is no longer with us in the platform. I'm standing in for him. Our presentation, similar to SAPS, will be covering the period of April 2023 up to September 2023, and it will be led by Ms. Neo Mahlangu from our side. Through you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Let's continue.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members. The Secretary for Police, the National Commissioner, the Deputy National Commissioners, and the Provincial Commissioners. Allow me, Honorable Chairperson, to say that all protocol is observed. Chairperson, my presentation will focus on a brief introduction, the objectives, the scope, non-compliance by SAPS members as offenders of domestic violence, the members as victims, the conclusion, and the recommendations that we have made. Chairperson, let me firstly indicate that our report is based on the Primary Act, the Domestic Violence Act 116 of 1998. The report doesn't cover the Amendment Act, the Domestic Violence Amendment Act. Our report solely focuses on Section 18, which was not affected by the amendment. The Domestic Violence Act places a number of obligations on the SAPS members with regard to its implementation. And in terms of how they need to render the service to victims. And these obligations place consequences on members in case they fail to honor such obligations. Now, in terms of Section 18(4) subsection A of the Domestic Violence Act, it is a misconduct as contemplated in the SAPS Act for a member to fail to comply with the obligations that are placed in terms of the Domestic Violence Act and the National Instruction 9 of 1999 of the SAPS. Now, in terms of the legislation, the CSPS is mandated to make recommendations to the police in terms of disciplinary procedures and measures that should be taken with regard to any instances of non-compliance to the Domestic Violence Act. We are thus presenting our report as indicated by the Domestic Violence Act in terms of Section 18(5)(c). Moving on to the objectives of the presentation, the report provides information on the status and management of non-compliance by SAPS management during the period April to September 2023. Honorable Chairperson, on the scope of the presentation, let me indicate that the information contained in the presentation and the report is based on data that was received from the SAPS on the number of non-compliances by SAPS members that are offenders and those that are victims nationwide. The report also covers how the matters have been handled by the SAPS management. Lastly, on the scope, Honorable Chairperson, let me indicate that this current report does not contain the information that was collated from the oversight visits conducted by the Civilian Secretariat during the reporting period. The reason being that during that specific period, we were busy undertaking the police station census, and the information is only processed or was only processed towards the end of the financial year, and the information or the data will be reported on during the next report that will be presented to Parliament. Now, moving on to slide 7 on the non-compliances as reported by the SAPS or based on the SAPS records. Chairperson, there were 54 members that were reported to have transgressed or who were non-compliant to the Domestic Violence Act. As per the table before us, we can see that the members were reported from Free State, Gauteng, KZN, Limpopo, and the Western Cape, and the highest numbers of non-compliances were from Free State and Western Cape, with the list of the members being from KZN with 2 members each. On slide 8, we see the categories of non-compliances by SAPS members. 3 categories of non-compliances were reported, or the matters were reported under 3 categories of non-compliance. The first one being the failure to complete the SAPS registers, which is the 508A and 508B. The failure to record domestic violence and failure to assist a complainant to open a domestic violence case. Honorable Chair, let me indicate that the actual number of cases is more than the members who have failed to comply, because we find situations where one member would have will have more than one instance of non-compliance. Hence, the actual cases would be more than the members. So the numbers won't necessarily tally. We can move to the next slide. Chairperson, on slide 9, my apologies. On the departmental steps taken, there were remedial steps that were taken for 12 cases. There were 3 verbal warnings issued to members, 12 written warnings that were issued. That is for matters that are not serious. There were 2 final written warnings and the 25 matters which are still under departmental investigation, and those are regarded to be serious matters. Chairperson, slide 10 is an explanation of the previous slide, slide 9. With your permission, I will skip that particular slide. On slide 11, we are indicating that it is commendable that the SAPS is now addressing non-compliance to the Domestic Violence Act by initiating disciplinary processes for all cases. We are saying this as compared to previous time frames where we found that not all members were subjected to disciplinary procedures. And we are of the view that this action will serve as a deterrent to current transgressors as well as future transgressors. We can move to the next slide. Honorable Chairperson, on slide 12, we have members as offenders of domestic violence. Here we have 165 members that were reported to be offenders of domestic violence, and there were 84 firearms that were seized from the 165 members. Chairperson, all the firearms were seized from all the members, and the 86 members whom firearms were not seized from were not issued with firearms, personal firearms, or firearms that are usually placed on the SAPS 108 inventory. So all firearms were seized for members that are transgressors. And there were an additional 5 firearms that were also seized, which are private firearms from the members. Moving on to the next slide. Just an explanation of the previous slide, or a continuation. We are saying that there were all firearms that were seized from members from Eastern Cape, Northern Cape, as well as KZN. And almost all firearms were seized in Limpopo and Mpumalanga. We can move to the next slide. Chairperson, as much as all firearms were seized from the members who are transgressors, the confiscation of these firearms should be followed by a Section 102 inquiry as prescribed by the Firearms Control Act 60 of 2000. However, SAPS didn't indicate whether the Section 102 inquiry has been conducted or was conducted or not, and this has been taken up with the SAPS discipline management component. And we are hopeful that in future reports, this matter will be addressed. The SAPS will be indicating whether Section 102 inquiries have been conducted or not. On slide 15, we have members as victims of domestic violence according to the SAPS records. Here we have 74 members from 40 police stations from 8 provinces that have been indicated as victims of domestic violence. Only Northwest did not have a member that has been reported as a victim. Most of the members were reported in the provinces of Western Cape, Free State, and Gauteng. We can move to slide number 15, which is the conclusion. Honorable Chairperson, we are saying that it is commendable that the SAPS has instituted disciplinary proceedings for all members, and that this is a positive step indicating that SAPS management is taking non-compliance seriously. However, the high number of administrative non-compliance points out to poor administration of the Domestic Violence Act, and that is concerning, and it would be it's something that requires attention of the management. We are also concerned about the members who are refusing to open a criminal case, which is an operational non-compliance, and that is a matter that needs attention by the management. Finally, in terms of dealing with members that are perpetrators of Domestic Violence Act, the SAPS management has complied with the domestic violence, with the DVA obligations aligned to the Firearms Control Act. However, in future, as I indicated before, it is necessary for SAPS to indicate whether the Section 102 inquiry has been instituted for the firearms seized. Lastly, on the recommendations, the CSPS is recommending that Division Visible Policing should continuously conduct workshops on the administrative compliance requirements. And we're also saying that in line with the SAPS disciplinary regulations, all members that are offenders should be subjected to disciplinary proceedings. SAPS management needs to develop control measures regarding access to firearms for all members who have been reported as perpetrators of domestic violence. And the Section 102 inquiries should be conducted for all members after the firearms have been seized, and progress needs to be reported to the Civilian Secretariat. And lastly, we are saying that there is a need for both the Civilian Secretariat as well as the SAPS to work jointly to increase awareness on our domestic violence response. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thanks very much. Mr. Amaru, anything to add? Nothing.
So, sorry, Chairperson, that I was failing to unmute. Otherwise, that's our presentation and nothing to add.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, those are the two reports. I think the two reports complement each other. Let's engage with the reports. Honorable members from the Portfolio Committee on Women, you are also full members out to participate fully. Honorable Kaula.
Thanks, Chair. Anganzo Chair. Ngibonge i-report noma ke nje ngiuhalela le meeting namaphoyisa uthi ungcono babe kuthiwa sihlele ubuso nobuso nabo nothi kanje. Kodwa ke sengiyabonga ngoba ngisebekhona. If lana sikhuluma nge-domestic violence, ikhona into lana engiphatha kambi. Ukuthi yona yiphi le ekukhulunywa ngayo ebaluleke edlula zonke. Ngishiso la ukuthi kunama case abelungu abahlukumeza abantu basemaplazini. Lakhe Dandi omama bayashawa baphucela imfuyo yamadoda abo abashiya nabo kwazi ukuthi baphila amadoda asafa. Kumbiwa amathuna awo mabeya emaphoyiseni amaphoyisa asayida nabelungu eDandi khuluma ngeDandi CGE ufakazi ngeke ngaya kulawo makesi nala umndeni engeke ngisisho isibongo la owafakelwa ushevu zathi ingane ziyaphuma zawa phansi zafa ezu2. Ngikhumbula ngaleso sikhathi kwakuse uHadebe wayese wakuthiwa umkhumbo kunethezeka. Onke lawo macala aphelelo bala. Still now bayahlukumezeka abantu amaphoyisa akabasizi ahlangana nabelungu. Vryheid kunama same case nakhona. Abelungu abashaya abantu besifazane ebahlukumeza. Amaphoyisa akabasizi ngalutho bahamba bavula amacala babuye nama case kuphelele kanjalo. eHawiki mhlambe niyakhumbula umndeni kagogo na 85 years ngikhuluma ngamaphoyisa mina la eSouth Africa. Ugogo Mulife owashawa yibhunu ona 86 years uyibhundeze lafaka upoison emanzini kodwa lelo cala la ngena lagcina laphelela kanjalo ukuthi ufuna ukwazi sikhuluma ngedomestic ngoba konke nalokho kufanele kuyangena. Escourt ngicela ubhale phansi kune case la engaya kuyona enzima lapho ubaba engeke ngisho igama lakhe owadutshulwa yibhunu. Leli bhunu leli kuthiwa ayikho inhlobo yesikhali elingenayo lezi ikhali engasavunyelekile njengoba sesikwi New South Africa. Lo mlungu wamdubula wamnqamula umlenze kodwa waphuma lapha kwathi athi amaphoyisa aseScourt ababuye boxoxisana. Lo mlungu wabuyela kulo muntu osenqamuka umlenze wazothi nangu 20,000 cela silver wathi umuntu ngeke ngikwazi. Lawo makhesi yakwazi even uNdosi I used to ukuthi ngimtshele. Kuyimanje lo baba ushonile. Khona omunye futhi odutshuliwe. Umbuzo wami uthi i-domestic koze kube umuntu nomuntu abathandanayo noma koze kube omunye omnyama kumlungu owenza leyo nto kufanele iphelele kanjalo. Ngibuye ngize la eWestern Cape. Kune case yentombazana abafika kwabhujisa umuzi bawubhomba waphelwa athi nya yasinda yona Leyo case yavulwa kodwa kuzowe manje akaze aboshwe lo wabe sebuya sezobhampa ethi ngeke ngenze lutho mina amaphoyisa sisebenzisana nawo. Khuluma ngamaphoyisa abantu abami izinto ezingiphethe. Enye futhi kune case lana la ngithi mina kade nganginifisa. La if sikhuluma ngamaphoyisa sikhuluma ngamaphoyisa abamba umuntu aphinde amphenye ukuthi ulenzile lelo cala or akalenzanga. Kunama case engiwenzayo a report icase lomuntu okwathi ubulelo omunye umuntu waboshwa life sentence. Masenifuna ngonitshela ukuthi ubani lowo kabani waboshwa life sentence wagcina sedose 19 years ngaphakathi. Mangabe sekufanele athole iparole kwatholakala ukuthi lo muntu mangabe kuya kulo mndeni wakhe la eMawoti kethe eNanda lo muntu uyaphila. Umbuzo wami uthi kanti nina uboshwa kanjani umuntu kanti lama investigator noma laba abaphenyi niphenya kanjani? Le ntombazana ekwathiwa ireshiwe na 12 years ubaba wagwetshwa nawo life. Ekugcineni ingane kazi irentshe masibuza kumawayo ukuthi kwakwenza kanjani kuyathola ukuthi ngoba baba bakho bekonywa yingakho lo usensazo wesivili namanje sile December sawumvisit. Ngiqonde ukuthi mina ngesingami amaphoyisa ala eSouth Africa ayabheka ukuthi unemali awunayo and amacala akakwazi ukuwalandela.
Point of order, Chairperson.
Who's that? Ubalo.
Chief Whip, can I come in urgently? Sorry to do this.
Wait, Ma'am Kaula, let me hear point of order. Yes.
Chairperson, there are some guests on the platform that are requesting the translation. They're raising concerns that they don't understand the language. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, thanks very much, Honorable. Ngoba phela abantu funa bezwe ukuthi sikhuluma ngani.
Yeah.
Ngiqhubeke.
Uzoqhubeka mama, but let me request our office to make sure that this translation is provided. Yeah, qhubeka mama, and move towards summarizing your input.
I wish niyayibhala lento enikhuluma nomuntu omumbi oyenzayo lama case. Angikhulumi ngendaba kaHSA if ngikhuluma ngamacala. Ngize lana kule yase Phoenix. Phoenix lana kube nalento enigcina senithi ngeEnglish unrest. La okugcina kusele khona inkubela. Yabo. Kwakhona emndeni eshelo. Kwezokwasha ngisho imoto zawo ebebephila ngazo. Lawo macala siwazi taphelelepi ngani la eSouth Africa siboni lo mnyango wena usebenza. Ngiya kweyama tavern manje ade nganginifisa. Lana mangabe nenza ama statistics.
Can you summarize, Makaula? Please summarize. So that we give others chance. Yes.
Wait. Ubani engikhuluma naye first?
Please summarize, Makaula.
Uche uba wena.
Yes, it's the chair.
Uche ubani ndo chair?
No, Makaula. Please summarize.
Yabona ukukhuluma nomuntu ongamazi angazi iqonda ukuthini ofuna ngazi ngikhuluma noChandaba ngikhuluma noChe ubani. Okay ke ngibuyela kule ama tavern. Njengoba ke nenza ama statistics niyakwazi ukubheka ukuthi le domestic violence ibangwa yini. Nithini ngalama tavern agcwele kuyo zonke indawo zabantu abamnyama khona to khona nganawo ama licenses. avula 24 hours. Uyayizwa loo nto? Ngoba amaphoyisa ayayo kula mathaveni afika agwazelo. Noma nifuna kuze kwenzeke lento eyenzeka lento lento eyenzeke e-Eastern Cape. Sengiyagcina ke verse. Mina ngokwami bengizocela ukuthi yikho njengoba phela sazi noma siyabuya noma sizobuya. Mina ngibona imiphakathi yethu inenkinga kuyimanje kuma rural area into eyiphoyisa nje abikhona ngabe uDecember ngabe yini and nezimoto ezikhona azikuzona ezingala hubha isigebengu amafoni noma ungafona uthi nayi inkinga emakhaya ke sengikhuluma ngamakhaya ema rural areas ayibona imoto ingcingo zakhona ayibona mawufike khona uya wasting your time. Ngifuna ukwazi ukuthi yini manicabanga ukuthi lelizwe lingalunga if umthetho lo nothi ugada abantu ungasebenzi. Ngicela ukuma lapho kodwa njengoba ngikhuluma nje ngizocela ukwazi ukuthi ubani ngoba phela bengicela ukuthi mina lamabhuni niwenze njani la wahlukumeza abantu abagxoshayo kuyimanje nemndeni edandi nje kunomndeni wemajuba abahleli ngaphandle abagxoshwa amabhuni. Ngiyabonga. Nangifunda ngilanda into engazisiza ngani.
Siyabonga.
And amaphoyisa akayibambi ingcingo ama-police station emakhaya ke nje abanendaba amabhuni axhaphaza abantu emaplazini.
Thank you very much. National Commissioner and Mr. Amaru, I take you heard what Mem Kaula is saying. Honorable Masiko.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning to your good self, all honorable members and the leadership of SAPS and everybody on the platform. Honorable Chair, one must apologize. I joined the meeting a bit late when they were completing or concluding on the first presentation. One was stuck in another meeting. But Chair, we must, as the Portfolio Committee for Women, appreciate the opportunity and the invitation that we have received from the Portfolio Committee, because what has been presented today on this platform directly, Honorable Chair, relates to the work on our oversight responsibilities as members of the Portfolio Committee for Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. Firstly, Honorable Chair, I think one must not miss that opportunity of giving credit where it's due. We have, as the Portfolio Committee, conducted oversight in a number of provinces in police stations. One which, Honorable Chair, we had visited the police station in Bergville, and we were quite impressed with the services that the South African Police Service is rendering to victims of gender-based violence. We had visited the victim-friendly rooms, and we were happy in the manner in which they are set up and in which they are able to deal and administer all the cases that they receive. What made us impressed, Honorable Chairperson, is that that area is an area with that was having or high reported cases of gender-based violence, obviously given the history of the area of Bergville with violence. So you would ordinarily understand that as much as there is a history of violence around that area, most of it is now perpetrated against our women in the household. But the manner in which South African Police Service is responding to the matter and accommodating women and ensuring that they are not victimized for the second time must be commended. We also visited another police station in Mpumalanga province. I have forgotten what the area is, Chairperson, but we were quite happy with the services that the South African Police Service is offering. Though, Chairperson, I must say that there is always room for improvement. And I'm happy with the recommendations that are made in the presentation, that there must be some form of continuous monitoring that is taking place in terms of how SAPS is responding or implementing the act on its own. But also, Chairperson, as you know, that as Parliament, there are the 3 bills that we had passed last year, which is highly commendable. But it then remains that it's a task amongst the South African Police Services for there to be a continuous capacity building session, because as you know that you are always taking on board new members, and it's always important for members of the service to ensure that they are on par on the legislation that Parliament is passing. So I'm happy, Chairperson, with the approach that has been taken on the conducting of capacity building sessions on the 3 amended gender-based violence acts that we have passed as Parliament, so that members are capacitated and they are able to implement thereof. Chairperson, I must also mention that in terms of, sometimes you cannot question the stats that we receive. But I think I wish to one question on how these numbers in terms of reported cases of non-compliance are taken. If a member of the public goes to the police station, tries to open up a case of gender-based violence, and is not attended to, what happens? Because for me, the number 15 for the reported period, Chairperson, is quite low for failure to open cases, because you would find that in many instances, members of the public would, yes, be turned away. They would just go home and stay in that situation. But secondly, if they are lucky, they will try and contact other members or influential members of the public, or even try and go to the Department of Social Development to report cases that have not been opened by our police officers. So I wish to know, because it looks like quite a low number. For me, knowing and having come face to face with situations where members of the public have been turned away, or even told to go and try and talk about it in the family and see whether they can be able to resolve that matter, or even go and sleep on it. And if they still want to come and open the case tomorrow morning, they must come. So I'm not really questioning the state itself, but I do feel that it's quite a low number, having interacted with a number of victims who have been turned away from police stations. But all in all, Honorable Chairperson, we must commend the manner in which SAPS is responding and taking the issue of gender-based violence seriously, how they have created a space and environment to accommodate our women and children, but also we encourage for there to be these victim-friendly rooms in all police stations. We do understand that that is within the budgetary constraints that we are currently facing. But Chairperson, we would really appreciate the fact where more resources are put for the protection of our most vulnerable in our communities who are killed and abused on a daily basis. But we appreciate the work that is currently being done. We do see the fact that there is more to be done, but within obviously advocating as members of Parliament for more resources, especially as the Portfolio Committee for Women, because we see the good work that SAPS is doing. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Masikwe. Honorable Marekwa.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning once more to all participants on the platform. Chair, let me start with the first presentation and highlight that we know that in this country, domestic violence is a problem. And on slide number 4 from the first presentation, one notes what is highlighted there in terms of failures, the number of failures of officers not capturing the necessary information into the necessary documentation documents that they have. I think, Chair, this needs to be really looked at, because if there's failure to capture information from this first steps of the complaint or complainant coming to the police, it's an indication that the case is actually lost before even it goes to court. So I also note that there are steps taken by management to address this matter. And I hope that they will assist us going forward, because more cases are reported, but many more are not reported because of such negligence or failures of police to do the right thing from the beginning. On slide 12, Chairperson, the number of members being victims of domestic violence is a concern, because it just indicates that the level of crime or lawlessness in our area, in our country, shows, and it's a lead that people do not respect the law enforcement officers that we have in our country. If you have the guts to really go on and attack a law enforcement officer, it shows just the levels of lawlessness in our societies, and that needs also to be addressed, to get the police to have their own respect. Because how do you go out and police communities and ensure them of safety whilst you yourself live in an environment where you are not safe, whether it's in your house or in your community or elsewhere? So it will have an impact in their performance in the long run of how they do their work as police officers. Chair, on slide 18, I appreciate the work done on raising awareness and to educate our communities, work done by the police. The other part, I believe, hampers reporting of cases of domestic violence is that we still have some people or some victims who are afraid to go to the police station and report the cases. Others have the will and the courage to go to the police station. But the other part that threatens or that they are afraid of is the court processes. Because once you tell somebody that now you have to go to court, they either pull out or want to withdraw the case or don't want to continue with the case at all. So I think as much as the police are empowering communities on this Domestic Violence Act and its processes, the other part is to also empower them towards as they have reported the case, in terms of how the court operates, because some people don't want to go to court. And I think more needs to be done on that area to empower our communities and make sure that they report cases and are strengthened to continue up to the court level of the case. Chair, on the second presentation, under the recommendation, it was bullet point 2 that mentions the disciplinary processes that are taken by SAPS who are perpetrators of this crime of domestic violence. But I want to add that the issues around psychosocial counseling must also be considered, because if you only discipline the member, whether you put them, you change their area of work or whatever, but if you are not going to deal with the psychosocial issues, it will not assist in dealing effectively with the behavior that is causing them to do the crime or being perpetrators of domestic violence. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thanks very much. Honorable Terplanche.
Chairperson, thank you. Chairperson, it is obvious if you listen to the two presentations that a lot of work was done already, but unfortunately there's still a lot to be done, and I'm just going to touch on some of the issues that I noticed. Chairperson, it is a concern that basic things, that failure to assist a member of the public, failure to do basic police work, is one of the things that we are battling with. It happens quite often, that we are getting complaints, people going to a police station, and then, you know, the police don't want to assist him. You know, only last week I reported such a case. Obviously, that was not now in the same area, but I mean, that was also, you know, where the police failed to attend to take a statement from somebody to allow the person to do something like that. Chairperson, then, you know, if we, you know, check now what happened now to cases, you know, that is reported, you know, then it is strange also that, you know, okay, once it's reported, apparently there's still a reluctance from the police to act. For instance, we only got 3 verbal warnings, 12 first warnings, and all, you know, that is what I'm gathering from the presentations that we got, all the more serious things. This is now from April to September, is still under investigation. There's apparently no serious progress being made with this more, you know, serious issues. And that is really concerning. And my question is, I want an explanation to be given, or why is it like that? Chairperson, it was mentioned, you know, that in terms of Section 102 of the Firearms, you know, Act, you know, that an inquiry must be instituted. And I haven't heard anything about that. You know, the more serious thing is refusal to open a criminal case. Now, I want to know, Chairperson, what is being done with issues like this? Then we also heard, you know, about the firearms that was handed in, quite a few, 165, blah, 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 and, you know, going down to you know, the 5 that is privately owned. Chairperson, and my question is, what happens with that? We didn't get any indication of, you know, what the outcome of those is. Chairperson, and then what is also worrying for me, you know, we have heard in this committee over a very long time that all police stations has got victim-friendly rooms, and today we get another story. You know, apparently in 108 police station, there is no victim-friendly services. And there's also in 138 police stations, they don't have proper facilities, proper structures in this case. So what is the factual position now, Chairperson? You know, were we told the lies in the past about all the police stations that is rendering services like this, or what is the position really? Chairperson, for now, yeah, we know that in terms of Section 18.4, you know, it is misconduct if a person does not, a member does not attend to these complaints. Chairperson, these are my questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Golding.
Thank you, Chair, and good day all. Chairperson, let me look at the Domestic Violence Act portion first. I'm looking at the stats which are being reported in terms of complaints. Can somebody please explain to me what the compliance or the complaints process is? I'm assuming that's purely based on a complaint which is lodged with the station or with somebody. There's an indication that those high numbers there were 19 in the Western Cape and 19 in the Free State. Then they kind of plane out. I think it was 8 in Gauteng, 2 in KZN. Let me just look at my notes here. But these Eastern Cape 0. Can somebody please indicate what's happening at an inspection level, at a compliance level, at a complaints level? Because I think these stats are useless. I think these stats are completely useless. It is pointing to a lack of compliance, a lack of complaints, or a lack of oversight. Chairperson, I don't say that flippantly. I'm looking at the domestic violence and related crime stats for the preceding quarter. 2,000 odd in the Eastern Cape. The Free State's a lot lower. Gauteng's really high. KZN is really high. So I'm basing this on our crime stats. And based on our crime stats, I should see a similar curve on these complaints. And I'm not. Eastern Cape, 0. So Eastern Cape reports the highest level of rape. Yet it's not borne out by the stats. So I've got a feeling that if we're patting ourselves on the back for this, I think we're going to have to look at it, because these stats are useless from an operational point of view. I don't think it helps us focus resource. I think the only resource is going to help us focus, and that was the part around education and awareness. Because the fact that we're getting no complaints out of these provinces is a problem. You can't tell me it's not happening. There's nothing magical about SAPS members in the Eastern Cape versus the Free State. So I'm not sure if the Free State showing us 19 is something good because the complaints process is actually working, or if it's bad because people are complaining quite a bit. I do think that the awareness is important. I would like to understand from the Secretariat what the process is around that. I know we had presentations recently around involvement with the CPFs and awareness. We've done capacitation. We've just spent 70 million rand there. Are we able to drive all of these complaints, processes, and awareness processes through the CPFs? And I'm suspecting that there may need to be an alternate mechanism or structure for complaint. Because what I think is people are afraid to go to the police station. I also need to understand what the breakdown is between urban and rural stations. Because in an urban setting, access to a station may well be easier. In a rural setting, it's difficult. Therefore, we're not getting complaints. These stats are just indicating that there is a problem which we need to deal with. And I need to understand what that reporting is. The Honorable Masika indicated that they did do an oversight visit to Birdwell, where they complimented SAPS for their services there. But she also indicated that there was a high level of incidence of GBV there. And our stats are not bearing it out. So that's the one side, Chair. I then do just want to touch on the case where for domestic violence, SAPS members were the perpetrators first, and then B, where SAPS members were the victims. Just out of interest, what is the gender breakdown on that? Is it all male on female? Is there any female on male? Are there instances where both members are members of the force? I know we've had some incidents of that, and the firearm side is the concern there. And when dealing with members either as perpetrators or as victims, what support are we leaning or lending to them? And I'm thinking purely or largely about mental health support there, Chair. Our members work in highly stressful areas, see crime all the time, and at times this does manifest respectively in maybe more violent action their side. And I know it's easy to discipline somebody hard, but we have mentioned previously the looking at the mental health and are there counseling services offered to the victims in that case? And then just in closing, there was an indication that when there is assault and members are going out, they are able to arrest both parties. The crime stats will also bear out the problem we've got with alcohol. Is there any stats indicating what the influence of alcohol is in this? I'd be interested in seeing that, and I'm not sure if any of the NGOs which may be on the platform would have those stats. I'd like to see what the alcohol impact is there, and also time of week in terms of probably weekend times. I know in different circumstances, we are looking at enforcement of those laws and trading times. And I think that is something which I've taken out of this. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. National Commissioner, then followed by the Secretary. National Commissioner.
Thanks. Thanks very much, Honorable Chairperson. Yeah, we take note of the concerns raised, and yeah, the first matters raised by Honorable Kaula, Honorable Chair, I'll comment on them, but also ask the Provincial Commissioner of KZN to comment on that. There are more specific in nature cases which will require investigation and assistance in that regard in order to solve those matters, which we will definitely, I'll ask the province to liaise with the Honorable Member to get deeper into those matters. They are quite concerning. She spoke about cases in Dundee, Fried, Howick, Escort, Inanda, and yeah. Some of the matters are domestic violence, Honorable Chair, and some are ordinary cases, not necessarily domestic violence, because domestic is more related where there is either people as partners or spouses, but this is pure criminality, abuse of women that she mentioned around the areas of Dundee where they poison people or their stock. I think I will also engage the Provincial Commissioner with a view to maybe have a special meeting with police in that area, or himself do that, to find out what exactly are the problem, because we provide service to all people. But what she describes there is like the police are choosing to provide service to others and not equal service to others. Also, I also heard there was some shooting of people there by white people in Escort. So, yeah. General Mkonazi, can you comment on these cases?
Good morning. Thank you, Commissioner. Good morning, Chair, honorable members. Honorable Chair, as the National Commissioner has explained, that perhaps it will assist if the honorable member can finish us with the details of what she's alleging for the purpose of investigation. It will greatly assist us. Having said that, Honorable Chair, in KZN, as the police in general, we don't work alone, we work with community structures. So we have CPF that is functioning in the province. In all these districts, we have representatives from communities that work very close with the police from the station level, district, as well as the provincial level. So those structures, communities are welcome to also make use of, and I'm going to invite honorable members to also engage those representatives of communities as elected to be able to give feedback in terms of the work done by the police if they feel that the police performance is not acceptable. On top of that, honorable members, Chair, we also have a relationship with the traditional leadership in the area, where we share communication in terms of stock theft, amongst others, and many other parties that are involved in terms of assisting in the fight against crime. A typical example is the Department of Community Safety and Liaison in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, who also receive complaints if they are, and be able to address that with the police. And we have not received such complaints as the honorable member is talking about. Hence, the request that we be approached and be specific about it. We cannot take away, Honorable Chair, the fact that racial tensions continue to exist in the part of the province. especially within the farms, and that has been addressed through the CPF meetings that we normally have with the community in Bezos. We had one late last year in Vryheid in order to try and engage both the farmers and the communities at large that live in and around those areas. In not far ago, we had an engagement also to Tugela district in areas around Escort. There is another engagement that is taking place this week, that is tomorrow, on agriculture, stock theft, and related areas, matters that's going to be happening at Tugela district as well. So these are all efforts that we embark upon in order to try and bring the communities together in order to be able to live in harmony. But we also work with different leadership structures in order to try and find that relationship between the communities in the areas where they live. But in short, Honorable Chair, if we can be finished with the details, we'll gladly engage with the Honorable Member and give feedback on it. Thank you so much, sir.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. On matters of Phoenix 2021 unrest, there is a process that we were directed by the public protector to undertake. We will like to first undertake that process before we can talk publicly without going to the victims. We have to start with the victims, then we can come public later. Thanks, Honorable Chair. And on the, we take a note of Honorable Masiku on the service that is being provided by Beckville. We are quite appreciative. We know there are some of those police stations that are doing well, and there will be those that are not doing well. Honorable Mareko, on the matters of members of the police being victims, yes, it's unfortunately so, as they come from the same society that we live. So yes, there are those members that that experience this domestic violence within places or areas where they are living, and that's why we also record it. It is unfortunate, but yeah, it does happen. And we also take note on the comments that we should empower the public on court processes. We'll engage with the NPA with a view to undertake such a process jointly so that we can do it together. Honorable Terblanche, some of my colleagues will answer on the other matters. The question of that we as SAPS have made a statement that all police stations have victim-friendly rooms. I do not recall it at one point. Yourself, you were facility manager at some point, you know very well how many were there. We never built all of them. And even currently, we don't have, not every police station have a victim-friendly room. What we said is that we have a victim-friendly service at all police stations, but victim-friendly rooms, we had a shortfall of over 100. Some police stations, they either don't have space to build it. Some we use your Tutuzela care centers. Some we use like your airports. We have venues that we use there. Some we use venues of Department of Social Development. So we never had 100% victim-friendly rooms at all police stations. We would love to do that. We are working towards that. It is part of our capital works project. But in some police stations, the space is just not there. Hence, we use the services of other departments that we are working with. I'll ask General Msikidi and General Matonzi just to add on some of the responses. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Chair.
National Commissioner has addressed some of the issues, Chairperson. Just to reiterate that all police stations, we do have dedicated victim support members appointed to render such a service, and where necessary, as it was outlined perfectly so, it's that on cases of emergency, we use an office space that is dedicated for such service, that each station commander must make such a office available in case we require to render such a service. Chairperson, I will start with a matter that was highlighted by Honorable Masiku in regards to what happens if the case of domestic violence is refused or rejected by members at the police station. We have national instruction as outlined or depicted on the presentation as per slide number 16, which outlines the measures that the station commander, if receives such a complaint, needs to take against the members. Hence, Chairperson, you have seen the statistic earlier in the presentation that talks to the non-compliance to the Domestic Violence Act, including the monitoring during our inspections to look at the register on the recorded. We do receive these reports on a monthly basis on the form provided to do so. And also, we have pamphlets when we conduct these awareness campaigns and public education that we distribute to our communities. It is also made visible at every police station in the client service center, where the numbers are provided, where the complaints can go. But we encourage also on that pamphlet, it outlines and encourages the members of the public, if they are not satisfied with the service that they have received, to report such conduct of members to the station commander. If not satisfied, to report to the station commander, they can do so and report to the Independent Investigative Directorate, IPED, or use any of the hotline numbers to report the non-compliance of the Domestic Violence Act by the members. I think the other case that is was highlighted by Honorable Marekwa, it's in regard to the discipline of members, that they need to also, we need to also consider the psychosocial issues. We have noted a Chairperson, we do have social workers even within our own ranks that assist the members. And we have what we call EHW within the service. We will also encourage further that all the DV victims undergo, as well as those that will be found on the other side of the law in regards to these matters. Chairperson, there's another question from Honorable Terry Blanche in regards to the Section 102 inquiry that must be instituted. The indication is that on the 85, that will be slide 14 of the SAPS presentation, that make a reflection of the confiscated. The reason for the confiscation, Chairperson, which will provide proof if so required, is that we confiscate for the purposes of instituting Section 102 inquiry. So all those members where the confiscation is done, it is recorded, and then the investigating officer will be appointed in terms of section or paragraph 17 of the national instruction, insofar as Section 102 of Firearms Control Act 60 of 2000 is concerned. The purpose thereof is known as outlined in the Act, to determine the fit and proper of the member to to continue to carry the firearm. And if cleared from the investigation, then there is another process that we undertake to ensure that that particular member is either placed or it's offered what needs to be offered. In regards to the VFRs, we have them in 1,021 police stations to date of the 1,000, and then on 116 police stations where we do not have, we provide such a service as I have indicated earlier. I submit. Thank you, Chairperson.
General Matonzi, anything to add?
Can I come in, General?
Yes, General Matonzi.
Okay. Thanks very much, Chairperson. And maybe just starting from the beginning, I'm apologizing for the sound earlier on. I'm having a challenge with the network this side, but also the settings was not right. But however, I'm in. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and good morning to the Honorable Chairperson and the members of the committee, the National Commissioner and Deputy National Commissioners, as well as the colleagues on the platform. Maybe just to add on the other interventions that we have done in relation to 102 and 103. The 103 is the declaration by court where they will declare the member or any person not fit to possess a firearm. That one is in place. We are capturing it on the system so that even when we allocate the firearms to the members, those members are excluded from being allocated with firearms. But however, we also have engaged in terms of the workshops in all the provinces to ensure that the members at the ground level, they understand what is expected of them in terms of the Section 102 and 103 so that we can expedite the processes, especially on those members that where the members where we have confiscated their firearms so that we can make sure that if the processes are finalized, they can be able to continue with their work. If maybe they are not supposed to get the firearms, then we know that for which period are they not supposed to get their firearms until the other processes have been conducted, as the General has indicated. The issue of alcohol, I must just indicate that we can see in many instances where the crime statistic is being released that alcohol is a contributor. There are cases where people are killed or people are killing each other after they have drunk. But one thing that we want to emphasize is that the issue about the licensing of the liquor outlets is solely the responsibility of the liquor board. So you find they have issued or they have licensed so many of which we don't have control. But the control that we're having is actually to go to those outlets and do the ratings, and those that are operating illegally, then we close them. So that is in short in terms of some of the inputs that I wanted to put in relation to the issues that were raised. Thank you very much, Eva.
Thanks very much, Honorable Chair.
Thanks very much. Secretary.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson, once more, Honorable Members, National Commissioner, DNCs, and all protocols observed. Most of the issues, I think, have already been responded by SAPS, but we would like to add maybe on 3 or so. The first one will be the issue that was raised by Honorable Marekwa about the awareness on court processes. National Commissioner has indicated that we will work together with the NPA, but we want to add to say there is an intersectoral committee that deals with issues around domestic violence, which also includes the Department of Justice. Both ourselves and SAPS are members of that committee. So we will raise this matter in that committee so that we can have this intersectoral committee also taking up this challenge. Then in terms of the issues raised by Honorable Golding, he spoke about maybe the breakdown in terms of the gender, in terms of the perpetrators and victims from the police side, and also in terms of the settlement types, whether it's we have getting more complaints from the rural areas or urban areas. So we have noted this. So when we report in future, we will make sure that we indicate these breakdowns. So there was also an issue that Honorable Golding raised in terms of non-compliance, maybe vis-a-vis the crime stats. One issue that I want to raise with regard to that is it doesn't automatically mean that where there are higher incidents of crimes in this area, then there will be high non-compliance. Because what we do as the Secretariat, of course, working with SAPS, it's where we see that there are challenges, we zoom into those areas and conduct workshops also for members to make sure that they are now more compliant. So the more campaigns or awareness campaigns we do for members, the more they become more compliant. And of course, areas where there are serious challenges in terms of these types of crimes, we target them most of the time. So I'm not disputing that there has to be more reporting, but I'm just indicating that because of emphasis in terms of the compliance in those areas, then even compliance improves. And when compliance improves, then it means even complaints will be lesser and lesser. There was also an issue that was raised, I think, by Honorable Masiko, which SAPS also has reported on, or rather responded to, in terms of what happens if a person is not happy or is not receiving the service from the police. So I would like to hand over this to my colleagues here to explain, because according to the legislation, they have to come, or they can come to us to report or to complain, and there are measures that we put in place. So through you, Chairperson, Ms. Matlangu will respond and give more details on what we do. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Chairperson, in such instances, members of the public are allowed to come to us, or first to the station commander to indicate their dissatisfaction, that there has been that failure on the part of the police to assist them, and the station commander is then obliged to treat that matter as a matter of non-compliance matter, where now disciplinary proceedings need to be instituted. A member of the public can also come to the Civilian Secretariat, report that matter to the Civilian Secretariat, where now we will be in contact with the SAPS in terms of the Domestic Violence Act, Section 18B, to indicate that disciplinary actions should be instituted. And once disciplinary actions are instituted, the SAPS can apply to the Civilian Secretariat for exemption where there is, through evidence, there is a belief that a member didn't conduct himself in an improper way. But where a member has indeed not conducted himself or herself in a proper way, then disciplinary action will be instituted. Thank you, Chairperson.
Chair.
Thank you very much.
Chair.
Makaula.
Sorry, my love. Umsindo mbali. Sorry sithandwa sami ngemvume yakho nje ngiyokukhulu ukuhlonipha. Ngizoqonda ngqo umhlonishwa lapha umkhwanazi. Angizwa ngale ndaba yalaba bantu basemakhaya abahlukunyezwa emaplazini, abashawayo, abayi-police station bafike amaphoyisa asayide nalabantu ababahlukumezayo. Okwesibili, Chair, through kuyena umhlonishwa uMkhwanazi. La ngikhona la ngibale khona ukuthi kunezibhamu engekho emthethweni noma izibhamu esezavalwa la eSouth Africa. Kunomlungu eScourt obizwa ngokuthi ucollector. Lo okuyena othi ngeke ningenze lutho ngoba amaphoyisa la sisebenzisana naye. Che angizwa echaza ngeyimoto ngibale ngisho iFryhead. Ngathi iFryhead imoto zakhona nginanezithombe. Imoto ongeke uhubhe ngayo igebengu. Ngabale emakhaya kwi-rural ukuthi emakhaya into eziphoyisa laziwa ngabe uKhisimusi ngabe intoni. Bengizocela nje angicacisele lapho and ngiyamuzwa umhlonishwa lana wokugcina manje uthi sivumelekile singeza sixoxisana. Uyabona mawuthi uyafona kulamaphathi abakhulu banenkinga yokuthi labantu abasema-ofisini abo bathi uyenzile ne-appointment ube wena ukhuluma into eserious uyabo. Sengigcina-ke ngicela kangicacisele ngomkhumbi owafika lapha echobeni laseThekwini owawuphethe izidakamizwa okwagcina kuthiwa akwazi ukuthi uqhamuka ukuthi uyakuphi. Ngizwe ukuthi why kwamenyezela ukuthi kunomkhumbi lapho ufikile ophethe idakamizwa kodwa sigcineni ngoba we are sick and tired mhlonishwa che wami ngemvume yakho. Kunalento yezidakamizwa ezishushumbiswayo ngezimoto zikagovernment okuyiyona into esingayifuni. Ngiyacela leyo nto ke ivele nale yamathaveni lawa anganawo amalayisensi. Amaphoyisa athi mayakhona afika agwazele. Yingakho mangabe sithi thina njengabantu abasebenzela ugovernment sicela ukuhlangana nomphathi. Suke singeve sithi mhlambe siyofuna ukuthi mhlambe njani njani suke siyokhuluma ngezinto ngoba kunezinto la engikwazi ukukhuluma ngazo engeke ngiyimemezele yabo ukuze silwisane. Emathaveni yila khona ama-drugs, yila khona ama-human traffic, yilana okukhona ibhamu, yila kuplanwa khona. And nalamba abantu abama-informer babuye bakhala ukuthi abaholelwa. Yinkinga lezi ezibhekene nawo wonke lamalukhuza nama-province esihamba kuwona. Yingakho-ke mina ekugcineni ngithi angiwabona amaphoyisa asebenza eScourt abantu bafika bantshontshe imfuyo bangaleli suthu behlangene nabala. Mabedonsa laba bethi bayayilandela imfuyo yabo qhamuka amasosha kulela izwe langaleli azobashaya ngapha. Bafa abantu lapha bahambele imfuyo yabo. Izinto lezi mina engikhuluma ngazo engiyiphethe. And lento ibuhlungu ngoba ekugcineni kuhlupha abantu besifazane nezingane. Ngiyabonga.
Siyabonga mama. General Mkhwanazi said we need to give him those details so that he can go and visit those police stations and further investigate. Mam Kaula, if you can give those details, maybe Honorable Masiko as a whip can assist Mam Kaula. We receive those details so that we are able to have a record and make sure that the National Commissioner and Provincial Commissioner General Mkhwanazi are able to follow up on those issues, because some of them are details directed or implicating police stations, specific policemen, so that they are able to do a thorough investigation and they give us a proper report. Are you fine?
Ngiyabonga Chair. Ngifine kodwa nalo mlungu ko correcta ke ukuthi umlungu mangabe segugile sehamba ibhamu zakhe ziyohlala kuyena. Ngiyamazi nanomlungu noma mhlawumbe siya old age noma uyaphesheya. And inkinga lana bakhuluma kamnandi mangabe sekufanele siye kuyena. Mina ada ngangifisa umbona uMkhwanazi ngivizwe office lakhe bambuza ukuthi ngiyenzile ni lento i-arrangement ukuthi sihlangane. And angikwazi phela ngoba manje sihlezi sibhizi yabo.
All right.
And ubugebengu mina ngibona amaphoyisa nawo uqobo ayasebenzisana nabo ngoba bajabulela ukuthi kufa abantu abamnyama hayi abamhlophe.
All right. Let's get those. General Mkwanazi and the National Commissioner will follow them up. Honorable Masiko, if you can assist so that we receive those, all right? And then we make follow-ups.
I will do so, Honorable Chair.
All right. Honorable Golding.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just a quick follow-up. I think my question had to do with what was the process around the compliance inspections? I did recommend the utilization of CPFs. I'm assuming we've got media campaigns going out there, but I've got to recognize that the media campaigns, be they in print media or social media, may not penetrate into the rural areas. I note the fact that the Secretariat thinks that the interventions are panning out well, and that's why numbers are down. But the overall crime stats indicating the higher levels of domestic violence and sexual assault and rape within the Eastern Cape is not borne out here. So I'll watch these stats with interest. Just to follow up there, Chair, there was the mention of SAPS attending to instances of domestic violence. It was brought to my attention that in the case of serious and violent crime scenes, there used to be the debriefing and handover between shifts, and this is now stopped. Now, obviously, when your next shift is coming on, they won't know that the previous shift went out 4 times to that same place. 6th time could be a bad time. With regards to the OB entries, which should be happening, are there handovers there between shifts so that we've highlighted specific problem areas? And let's not wait till the person is killed till we deal with this. If we can just get a comment on that, please. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Munsu.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And thank you very much for the presentation. Allow me, first of all, to commend the program that was put in place, particularly during the festive season. And I'll identify one particular province, especially KZN. And, I think the work that was done by the province must be welcomed. You were able to see police officers in different parts of the province, in some of the main N2s, the N3s, the N1s. You were able to see them in every corner. There were lots and lots of foot soldiers, and I think that's what contributed a lot to a safer, particularly beachfront and many other areas in the city of Durban. Despite, I think, the lack of resources and things, I think our officers have done a fantastic piece of work. You heard what has happened in Gauteng, the Western Cape, and many other places. But I think, Chairperson, to a very large extent, we're missing some very important points. And I see there's a very large number of rape cases that have been reported. What we're forgetting is the concerns that are raised by commissioners all over we go. And there's a new thing that we've established, Chairperson. And I think you heard it when we were in Limpopo, how girls are going out with men to these taverns and nightclubs and things, expecting monies in return. When they don't get what they get, they're coming back and charging the men for rape and sexual assault. How are we going to actually deal with this? Because then police stations are inundated with matters of this nature, yet some of these detectives are sitting with 300 dockets at a time, which is making it almost impossible for them. The other problem that we tend to have is the availability of the resources and particularly vehicles. We are told station after station, vehicles are lying in the workshops for even up to a year, and very little or nothing is happening about it. But what we're not getting to, Chairperson, is the root causes of the high levels of crime. And I see that we always wanted to deal with crime after it's committed. When are we going to say, let's go to the bottom of it and establish what is the root cause and put measures in place to stop it? And I'll give you a good example. If you leave the taverns open 24 hours, it's a problem. We've seen it. A large percentage of your crime is coming from there. Look at the high levels of unemployment. Look at the living condition. Look at the teenage pregnancy. 91,000 children giving birth to children. Even the FCS unit that we're talking about, Chairperson, are not effective at all. Let's look at the criminal justice system, Chairperson. Police officers are making the arrest, courts are throwing the files out because they want to reduce their role. These are some of the things that are happening, but I see again and again, police officers start to blame, police is not doing this, crime is rising. But why are we not addressing the root cause? And I'll give you a good example. Let's take El Salvador. What did the president, that is why he won with an 85% majority, what did he do? He decided to give more powers to the police and the defense force, and he's almost eradicated serious and violent crimes, drugs, and gangsterism. He's eradicated it. That's why he won by 85% majority. Yeah, the police officers, I was even speaking to one over the weekend, they are so scared to even act because IPOD is going to be behind their backs. They can't shoot, they can't do this, they can't do. Look at the complaints you're getting about police. And yes, correctly so. There are complaints, there's no doubt. But we are limiting the powers of the police officers. People are not taking police officers seriously anymore. That is why they're dying in their numbers. Look at the living conditions of police officers. Look at the benefits that they get. Look at the number of them crying for promotions in this country. We're not taking these things seriously, Chairperson. I think we need to change the way we do business, Chairperson. We need to address the root causes rather than deploying more and more police officers. Those poor police officers that we are recruiting now, Chairperson, many of them are going to die on the line of duty. I can assure you that without any doubt. You can see the number of them that have died in the last couple of months. But we're doing very little or nothing about it. So I think we need a holistic approach. We need to bring NGOs, NPOs, civil society organizations, bring in basic education department, social development, all these role players. We've spoken previously, Chairperson, of putting measures at the school so that you identify children coming from dysfunctional homes, so that together with social workers in that community, you can nip it in the bud when you can identify a child is problematic already. We're not doing these things, Chairperson. While we have a whole lot of social workers unemployed who are graduated, they are sitting at home, nothing is happening. Some areas like Western Cape put in social ambassadors, safety ambassadors, and withdrew them. We need to work collectively with all these departments. Otherwise, we are expecting too much from the police officers already. 13 rand a day danger allowance, and we think it's okay. So I think our approach, Chairperson, is just not. Then the issue is on terms of capacity. Are those people that are expected to deliver the services well capacitated? Are they? What curriculum, what that we are using, and what experts or skills are we using? Okay, for these people that we are deploying in this position, particularly in the FCS unit dealing with domestic violence and things like that. Despite the good work being done by SAPS, we are still getting so many complaints because of the lack of adequate resources, Chairperson. You know, so I think, Chairperson, if we want to deal with this, we all need to take ownership of what is happening in the country, Chairperson. Time and time again, you had victims that are calling, Chairperson, and they are totally dissatisfied about what the service is. It's not because it's the fault of the police officers, the limited resources that they got. The crime rate is increasing to such an extent. You understand, there's 10,000 police officers that we want to recruit annually is not anywhere near adequate, Chairperson, not based on the high levels of crime. Who is responsible for all these drugs that are there? Who? Those must be responsible are those that's allowing it to come into the country, right? Police officers must be to blame, but it's not their job to man the borders and the airports. No, I've heard the other day, Chairperson, in the ships that come in here, and I've heard this from a person that's responsible to go there, Chairperson, and go inspect all the ships when it's come. That's his job. He's telling me how the drugs are coming in there. People are going in with their bags collecting the drug, and the poor captains of these ships can do absolutely nothing about it. Then that was confirmed by somebody who's providing transport services at the ports, telling me exactly how a car comes in, plain clothes, parks his car, goes into the bag, into the ship, picks up the drugs, comes out, telling me exactly the same thing, confirming independent confirmation. These are some of the problems that we're sitting with. What is wrong in our dysfunctional society? It's not only from a police perspective can we sort out the issue of policing and crime. Now, when 91,000 children are giving birth to children, we need to ask what kind of society we're living in. What are you going to produce, and where are those children going to be in 10, 15 years?
As you summarize.
So yes, I just want to stop on that. And then I think I raised earlier on the issue of the budget. That is why I say to SAPS, just bring us the budget, what you need, whatever it is, and let us tell you what we can give you and what we can't give you. And if we can't give it to you, then don't expect miracles from them. So I think I will stop there. I know, Chairperson, I've spoken about this before, about the issue of the promotions. Officers are sitting 15, 20 years not promoted when others are coming in. Yesterday, we need to deal with those issues. but we need to have a discussion with SAPS as far as promotion and a comprehensive budget. I'll stop there. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very
Chair.
much. I want us
Chair,
to be specific.
Sorry, love.
No, wait, you'll come later, Makaula. Let me
Okay,
give
Papa,
others,
okay,
those who
okay.
didn't speak,
Thanks.
chance.
Okay.
We still have another item, honorable members. We still have another item. Let's be aware of that. Honorable Gerike.
Yes, Chair, good morning to yourself, to the National Commissioner, and his team, and all other colleagues. Chair, I'm going to be brief. You remind me on the DA speaker there in the Garden Road. Each time when I need to speak, then he reminds the council that there's some other topics. But in any way, I am again grateful for the intervention of the police over the festive season. This message to the National Commissioner and his team. And we have seen extraordinary intervention, particularly in the Southern Cape. I have not had sight of the crime statistics as yet for that period, but one should think that the crime statistics went down exponentially because of the presence of the police and the reactionary forces that were deployed. It was just amazing to see, and the public was excited about what we have seen over the festive season. In that regard, Chair, to the National Commission, I just have a question, and the question is, what is standing in the way that the police can continue with this program? I mean, you have had your timetables worked out for that period. There were manpower available. There were resources available. And then even if you cannot sustain the entire program for all the areas as it has been, how about targeting the hotspots where gangsterism takes place, fights, overpopulated, densely areas, and all those type of things, to target the hotspots in each community? I am sure that the crime levels will come down exponentially also if we target those areas. It's a critical question that I'm asking because people are not safe in the areas where they stay. Just to give you a practical example, I am currently working here in Mitchell's Plain in Cape Town, in the Cape Metro. As we do our canvassing and as we are on the ground, we had to withdraw 2 times already, National Commissioner, through the chair, because of shootings taking place. Now, you know, when shooting takes place, I've seen it. I'm not from Cape Town, but I've seen it now. When the shooting takes place, then everything is shutting down in that area. People withdraw, they close their houses, they call their children in. Nobody may go to the shop, and it's just a war zone all over where you go. So we've experienced this last week in Tafelsig. The police reacted swiftly there, but already there were apparently two persons were shot dead. And yesterday again, people had to withdraw to go into the houses because of this gang violence and the shooting and so on. Now, having said that, and I do compliment you for the great work that has been done over the festive season, we must just find a way to sustain. To latch on to the issue raised by Honorable Sheikh Imam, you will recall that just a little while ago, I have raised the very same issue where I have said that the police cannot do the job alone. And I say this, and I substantiated this. And we cannot put the blame before, this was the statement I've made. We cannot put all the blame on the doorstep of the police. We cannot do it. Because I said, there's overcrowding and people stab each other in a house because of sugar, and they are overcrowded and they don't agree with each other in that space and so on. We have also spoke about the schools and so on, and I want to draw your attention this morning, and the reason why we support a bigger intervention, a bigger meeting with all the relevant role players, is simply because everybody has a role to play, Chair. If you take, for instance, schools, the school safety plan is supposed to deploy what they call truancy officers. You can go throughout the schools and you will see there are no truancy officers. They have a budget for this, the safe schools and so on, but there's nothing. So there must be a platform where we can discuss all these issues and integrate. I close. When you look at the socio-economic circumstances, you cannot attribute this to the police. You must attribute it to social development, attribute it and lay it at the door of education, at health, and all those other departments that must play a role in restructuring our communities. But that meeting is evading us, or that conference, or whatever you want to call it. But that is a much needed intervention or meeting engagement so that we decide, the government must decide the way forward. It cannot be business as usual. It cannot be as it has been in the apartheid era, just business as usual, and we pretend as if nothing is wrong in our communities. This is wrong in itself. And therefore the call this morning is that we arrange a bigger intervention, meeting, engagement, conference, so that we have all the rail players on board to understand their roles and their budgets and what they do towards changing our communities. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Makaola, quickly.
Ngibonge Chair, sorry sibadaba wethu kunihlukumeza. No, ngithi angibonge honorable Imam. Honorable ungishaye wangithinta umxhelo nalento yaseyikoleni njalo njalo waphinda wabhala nendaba yomkhumbi. Angisazi ungena in details. Lana eCape Town kunesikole ekuthiwa iJJ. Iy'ngane ziyagwazana zenzana yonke into, ngakho njalo ukuthi akekho umuntu obheka kulezi iy'kole ukuthi philani kunama-drugs angenayo for abantu abadala. Bese ngibuyela la kule NIU but funa ningizwe kahle ukufika kwe-NIU especially kakhulukazi nje la konke ama-province, kakhulukazi i-KZN, ngoba nizwe ukuthi if kufe umuntu nami ngize ngifisa ungabe wakhona, if kufe kushone umuntu kuthiwa udutshuliwe ngabe kuphi umuntu suke KZN, although besingcolisela igama lethu. Lana ngomhla ka-22 October 23 kuno-driver, angizukumusho futhi naye manje angizukuba ngifuna ukubabiza ngamagama, obeshayela ama-taxi lawa akwaMamba ayi-local. Umkhwanazi amsho abasuke ethweni bazoyazi. La kwavalwa khona i-NIU eyavala umgwaqo, waphuma u-driver wasarenda, bamdubula, waphuma umama omunye ngizomusho igama lakhe, bamdubula washona. Abanye bano-15 ama-passenger ayiphakathi. Bengiyothanda ngelinye ilanga ke besitshele nge-NIU, although mina ngifuna ukuhamba manje ngisuke eThekwini, ngisuke eNanda, ngiyajabula umsebenzi wabo omuhle, kodwa manje ngifuna ukwazi ukuthi kusuke ayikho umthetho okhona oshoyo ukuthi lo muntu babheke ukuthi u-driver babheke nestikhi ukuthi lo muntu udrive abantu kunoma kudutshule kufa abantu balimale. Enye ke into le ngifuna ukuyizwa, ngiyayincoma, kodwa manje nginale nkinga engibuza ngaye NIU ukuthi yona ifika lama ifuna isiboshwa leso noma lo muntu suspect idubule yonke into. Kuyimanje nje kusela ingane lapha yana ena 25 nengane na 14 isaba ngisho ukulala endlini ngoba biphiliswa unini. Ngiqonde ukuchaza ukuthi ngokucela ukuthi ke sicacelwe ngayo NIU ukuthi mayifika endaweni iyadubula. What if mhlambe mina bengizonda wena ngathi hambe yodubula ujasa ukuqotha yonke into. Yona ngisho ukuthi inhle imbi, but kodwa khona lokho esithanda ukudideka khona. Ngiyabonga.
Siyabonga, ma'am. Let me start with the secretary and then the National Commissioner will follow.
Thanks, Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. I don't think that there was a specific question that related to us, but maybe just to indicate that when we do our oversight work, we go to the police stations, and in this case, as was reported earlier, we had gone to all the police stations. The next report will indicate. But what we do when we get into the police station is we will have a form or a questionnaire that we'll be completing. But for each and every aspect that we will be recording, we go through the relevant registers. If we're talking about 508B or 508A, we will go through those registers to check each and every information that has been provided to us by the management of the police station, and to do our independent verification on all the records, whether it's the forms that they have or the registers, to make sure that even the information that they have is correlating even with the OB. And after we have identified that there are challenges, we have a session with the station management where we give them feedback in terms of what are the issues that they need to attend to. So we do a thorough job, but not just accept whatever that the colleagues from SAPS would have informed us about. So that's the only thing that maybe one can confirm or clarify in terms of our inspections. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thanks very much. National Commissioner.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. Firstly, Honorable Chairperson, on the matter raised by Honorable Sheikh Imam, we take note of what he said. As you are aware, the presentation in terms of what is it that we need as police, I think is scheduled somewhere in the future for presentation. We'll be able to present the whole picture in terms of what is it that is required for us to do policing, even though development is quite fast in the country, and keeping up needs quite a faster pace. Honorable Chairperson, on the question of Honorable Kharig, I don't know whether I should answer it now or later, because it talks more about the festive season. Maybe I can respond when we get to the festive season presentation, where you talk about what is it that, why can't we sustain the visibility and the deployment that we have over the festive season. It's quite, we would love to, but it's quite expensive, and we do try our means to have more visibility without incurring a lot of money, but in order to get, as a result of what should be, in order to get more members out on the street, it requires that we get to the pocket and pay some overtime. On Honorable Kaula, Honorable Chairperson, the matter of that she raised about the NIU, the NIU National Intervention Unit, it's not a new unit, it has been there. We have it in 4 provinces in the country, which is Western Cape, Gauteng, KwaZulu-Natal, and Eastern Cape. In terms of its operation, Honorable Chairperson, they just don't go around and shoot. They do the work, and as and when they get shot at, they respond. You would recall one of our members of NIU, Mazibu, was shot there at Inanda, and unfortunately, when we engage the suspects with a view to arrest them, they then shoot at the members, and hence we definitely has to respond. For them to protect themselves, they had to respond. It's unfortunate that, we always respond after fresh fire, which is a bit disadvantaged. But that's the current policy framework in terms of that members, when they see their life is in danger or the life of another member of the public in danger, that's when they should respond. So that's basically that. Let me ask General Msikiri maybe to fill up on some of the responses that I might not have been able to give Honorable Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson. The responses in respect of the three questions that were and comments that were made have been adequately responded to by the National Commissioner. Maybe just to reiterate on the last input, Chair, that we follow the law to its letter in respect of Criminal Procedure Act, the Section 49, and members are taken through this section in regard to when and how to respond. I thought I should just reiterate on that matter, but when allowed, Chairperson, on the next presentation, it will also outline how much was spent, but also to indicate that when we do the festive season or any major operation, we have a specific dispensation in the manner in which the leave must be managed to ensure a maximum availability of resources, both physical and otherwise. And that in itself, it cannot be sustained throughout because we do have labor relations directives and as well as organizational directives insofar as the management of leave is concerned. So at times that is not too busy or where our hotspots are not as hectic as during the festive season, we are obliged as a department to allow members to take their rest days in a form of a leave. And we recall even those that are on the rest day during the specific operations and seasoned operations to avail themselves. Hence, you will see a maximum deployment during such time, which unfortunately is not sustainable. But with the continuous recruitment, we positively looking forward to filling all the necessary posts and ensure that we have members available at all times. I submit, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to move to the next presentation. And our invited guests, members of the Portfolio Committee on Women, Children, and People with Disabilities, you are still allowed to remain in the meeting, but in case you have other pressing issues, we want to thank you very much for honoring our invitation. We'll continue engaging with this presentation as part of our interest. Let me allow the National Commissioner.
So, Chair. Kuyimanje khona engena kunabantu asebedutshiwe manje eKZN. Thanks. Ngiyayicelela, please. Chair.
National Commissioner, there are people who have been shot in KZN.
Labantu kuthiwa bebemasha bamashela njengoba ugesi ungekho amanzi engekho and kugcwele udoti sangathi abaphethe ikhali and bashisa lo doti bavalile amaphoyisa aselimaza abantu njengalezi ingane beyimasha ngazi noma izona zalimala kuyimanje Phoenix konakele ngisho ungangena ufone uzokuthola lokho ukuthi why abantu bemasha bemashela idingo zabo badutshulwe na kanti usehulumeni we-apartheid lona na. Ngiyabonga Chair, angisezukuhlupha ngalutho. Bonga ukuba khona kwamaphoyisa lana ngiyitike ngawo.
Okay, let's allow. Hello, yes, National Commissioner.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. Yeah, it is hard from the boardroom meeting where we are now to respond on an incident that is happening on the ground. Neither me nor the PC, the provincial commissioner, will be able to respond as to what is the cause, what has happened. But however, we do have units, crowd management, POP, that deals with crowd management. And the operational commanders thereof are well trained. They have got decision-making powers. They know what to intervene, how to intervene, what format. And when people
Ma'am Kaula,
when people are shot at, it's not to say people are shot at by live ammunition. It's normally either water cannon or rubber or tear smoke. I wouldn't know, I'm not there now, but as I said, they are trained to know when to intervene and how to intervene. So it's not a matter that me and the provincial commissioner can now respond on. But yes, when people get out of order, even as we know, everybody has got the right to protest and march unarmed. But if you destroy public property, you burn roads, you burn whatever, police will definitely intervene. The amount of force that they will use in the intervention will be proportional to what will be happening in terms of crowd management. So we wouldn't know, myself and the provincial commissioner now, as to exactly what is happening. But yes, the commanders down there, they know their job, they are capable, they know what and when to intervene, and they will always intervene when it is necessary for them to intervene with the type of action that they are trained to do. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. Let's close it by saying immediately after this meeting, there'll be some investigations. There'll be some investigations and the report will be supplied. Honorable Shekima.
Sorry, Chair, yeah, I've had my hand up and I omitted something. I hope I'm not out of order. A serious concern I have, Chairperson, is in El Dorado Park, where Ayub Mangli was murdered right in front of his house in February 2023, 13 months later. Nothing has happened. But worse than that, Chairperson, I'm told at least 12 of them have been massacred in that area because of opposition to drugs and gangsterism, and no success whatsoever by police. So I'd like us to have a response from that at some stage, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. National Commissioner, can we get into the next presentation? You can comment on the last question if you have details, but immediately after that, let's get into the next presentation. A briefing by SAPS on the outcome of saber festive season operations. Thanks.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. When we started the meeting, Honorable Chair, I did indicate that there was a shooting at Westbury and that we are intervening. I did indicate that General Sibia and General Msikidi yesterday, they spent the day at Westbury with a view to establish a team that will permanently stay there and deal with the problem of gangs and drugs in Westbury, El Dorado Park, and days as well as Reiger Park, which is becoming quite a problem now. So we'll update the committee as we go along in terms of how that team is progressing. We want to prioritize those cases in that area and deal with this gang issue in that area very, very expeditiously and on a full-time basis, Honorable Chair. Thanks. General Msikidi, can we then go into the presentation of the festive season? Honorable Chair, just quickly remarks on that. As you are aware, over the festive season, people go to holidays and they enjoy, which that's when the police are hard at work. And this year it wasn't different. We did deploy in those areas, normally your coastal provinces where people go and enjoy their holidays. We did deploy across the country. So the presentation is just going to give you feedback in terms of what we have done during that period in terms of activities. Thank you very much. General Msiki.
Thank you very much once more.
Het gaat goed, madame Jo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Honorable
We have,
yes, General Msiki, continue.
we have a 16-page slide, a Chairperson that gives a summarized version of our festive season operations. Chairperson visited the management prior to the December holiday. That was over a month of our festive season operations, and the provinces did highlight it on the issues in one of our meetings. So what we are going to present now is a summarized version of the presentation. Chairperson, it will outline as well the costs associated with these operations, as I have indicated earlier, on the sustainability of this particular operation. The first, in the table of content, will give an overview of the noteworthy incidents or successes achieved during this period. We'll also give an overview of the persons arrested, persons that were wanted, the actions that were executed during this period of the festive season. This is coordinated throughout the country through my office, Chairperson, that is the National Coordination Center, that is meant by a Major General. Chairperson, when we get to the next slide, on the noteworthy incident that I believe that we are all conversant of, as they were widely covered during the period on our print as well as broadcast media and all our social media platform. Chairperson, just to indicate the launch of festive season, which was done in Western Cape, 75 million worth of counterfeit goods were seized in the Western Cape. Child online sex ring, 4 persons were arrested in Gauteng as well as in KZN in collaboration with other law enforcement agencies as well as the Interpol. The 75 million worth of drugs at Durban Harbour, 80 million worth of drugs seized at Durban Harbour. That was a second incident in succession. We also have 65 million worth of cocaine seized at Gqeberha Sea Point. The kidnapping syndicate targeting the Portuguese businessman arrested and the victim was rescued. The University of Fort head of investigation, 10 others were arrested in this period, and the police foiled CIT robbery in the Free State, and that has led to 5 persons arrested. Continuing on slide number 6, it's 7 Nigerians arrested for kidnapping of a Nigerian businessman here. During this period of under review, the 7th child online sexual predator was also arrested. 6 wanted armed robbers suspects were shot and killed by the police in Durban. The SAPS destroyed 90 million worth of drugs in the Western Cape. SAPS destroys 4 million worth of drugs in Gauteng. Continuing slide number 7, the arrest during these operations, Chairperson, just to reiterate the fact that we have launched Operation Chanela in May, and all other operations are falling within the Operation Chanela as it progresses, and we have surpassed the 300,000 arrests. and 151 million worth of cocaine seized again in Durban Harbour. A total of 980,000 counterfeit goods were seized to the value of 68,511,000. Next slide, Chairperson. The high density operations that were launched during this period, we have since recovered explosives to the total of 10,059, firearms in the form of a handgun, 1,557, firearms homemade, 184, firearms rifles, 203, shotguns, 148. We also seized the following drugs, which is abalone, alcoholic beverages, ammunitions, all type, cash in rents to the value of 1 million, cell phones, computers, tablets, and notebooks, the copper cable, 23,354 kgs, dangerous weapons in the form of knives and other dangerous weapons that were confiscated from the perpetrators, diamonds, dacha, Chairperson, as depicted on the slide. If I may just indicate without reading those numbers, just to highlight the highest number on cocaine, we have seized 882 grams. On the Menrex tablets, 104,314. Chair, on the next slide, over of the arrests, slide number 10. Next slide. At the time when this presentation was concluded and prepared, Chairperson, we were going through the overview. We were going through the information that we were verification process. My apology, we're going through the verification process in terms of the cases reported, as well as all our systems to collaborate the numbers that were provided. But persons arrested during the festive season for Firearm Control Act is 1,358. Persons who were found in possession of firearms, it's 1,494. Illegal ammunitions, it's 3,086. Dangerous weapon, 4,474. Dealing in drugs, 4,521. Illegal dealing in liquor, 6,274. Possession of drugs is 20,414. I'm just picking up the high numbers in the interest of time, Chairperson. And robbery aggravated, this will be on the 17 reported crimes. Attempted business robbery, 61 persons. Attempted robbery, 21 persons. Carjacking, 221. This is all in the category of robberies. Robbery aggravating, robbery, it's 1,252. Robbery business, 664. Robbery residential, 824. Persons that were arrested for murder, it's 2,186 in the 3 months period. Attempted murder, 1,681. Rape and attempt, it's 3,500. Assault GBH, 24,000. Assault common, 13,000. Burglary business, 1,400. And burglary residential is 3,700. Other arrests include theft of motorcycle and motor vehicle, theft out or from motor vehicle, malicious injury to property, driving under the influence, illicit mining, wanted suspects that we arrested more than 7,628, human trafficking, 61, and other crimes is 28,000. This totals 263 arrests that were made in that period. Next slide. On the wanted suspects list, Chairperson, a total of 53,849 persons were arrested on the execution of those that were wanted. On highlighting the few, is that those that were known at the time of the operation, we had arrested 17,440. Other wanted suspects not mentioned above, this will include those that warrants were issued, it's 20,448. And on assault GBH, it's 11,119 that were arrested. And for murder, the wanted suspects is 1,165. That totals to 53,000 all in all. The actions the chairperson executed, the search premises is 55,000, person search is 1,899,000, vehicles that were searched during the period it's 643, stop and searches conducted it's 447, cordon and search operation it's 16. This includes following up on information, taxi ranks, cordoning and searching, amongst others. Total tracking operations that were conducted, it's 10,164. That has resulted with the arrest as per the previous slide. High visible patrols, it's 315,000. Vehicle checkpoints that were conducted, it's 6,915. We have also conducted 3,853 multidisciplinary roadblocks, patrols 1.3 million, tracing of wanted suspects, the actions by the detectives, it's 17,000 activities that were undertaken. Hostels searched, it's 6,405. Unlicensed liquor premises that were closed in the period is 5,446. Liquor premises inspected, it's 69,000 as well. This was a collaborative effort with the departments responsible. Second-hand dealers in collaboration, it's 18,839. Notices issued to the second-hand dealers for contravention of the Act, it's 795. Scrap yards and recyclers that were visited, it's 6,100. Compliance inspections that were conducted on a non-official institutions. This includes the private security and firearm dealers. It's 216,000. Compliance inspection on official institutions such as Reserve Bank, amongst others. It's 12,994. Formal business inspected, hospitality and retail to ensure labor law compliance. And this was done with other departments as depicted on this slide, which it's 36,514. Informal businesses inspected is 441. Chairperson, you will recall there was a complaint around where people or school children were found to have eaten the expired goods. Then it necessitated us to take action with other law enforcement agencies to ensure that we do those inspections in collaboration. Firearms visited to ensure labor compliance, it's 107. Mines visited, 4,824. The enforcement of SASRIA in regard to the regulations of gatherings, 2,839. This total 171 actions that were undertaken. The next slide on the overview of cost, Chair, that will include the breakdown of each province, of which in the Western Cape, 7 million was used for these operations. In the Northern Cape, 3.7 million. Free State, 5,085,000. Zulu Natal, 29. Mpumalanga, it's 5.4 million. Limpopo, 9.9. Gauteng, 4.7. And Northwest Province, it's 8.6. That totals to 91,176,140.70. And Chairperson, this includes the claims for accommodation, the vehicles that were used, the personnel that was deployed, as well as the overtime and travel and subsistence claim that were incurred during this period. On the table, you see where it is the reflection of other in Limpopo. It's because there was a need for the province to procure some of the equipment that was required for that period under review, and we used that money that was allocated for the festive season operation. Thank you, Chairperson. I submit.
Yes, National Commissioner.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. That is our report for festive season. Yes, no, impact has been made on the crime. However, there is it goes with the cost. In response to the earlier question by Honorable Kharige, there is the cost that you can see. For us to sustain, we need to have such an amount for every 2.5 months. We'll be able to make it. But we are changing our strategies in terms of deployment with a view to make more members available, even without the cost. But we will not be able to reach that maximum without spending money. Thanks, Honorable Chairperson.
Thanks very much, General Msikili and National Commissioner. Of course, you say you have not verified the numbers. I'm not sure whether it's correct to say you have visited 107 farms, 107,000 farms. If you are confirming it is fine. If you are confirming it is fine, that would be highly appreciated. But check out the number again and tell us whether indeed you are confirming that you have visited 107,000 farms. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, it is the actions, the activities, or the number of visits. One farm might have been visited more than once. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay. Okay. Honorable members, Honorable Golding, followed by Honorable Terblanche.
Thank you, Chairperson, and to everybody. I'm going to start off by saying well done. These numbers look great. Obviously, we'd like to sustain that. Just something I'm trying to understand. If I look at the total cost of the operation for 2.5 months, it's 91 million rand. So let's round it up to 100 million rand. If we were to do that times 6, it's 600 million rand. Obviously, it's not sustainable because we are using overtime hours and there's no leave and the likes. But are we saying that for, let's call it 1 billion rand extra, we're able to maintain this level of operational competency for the full year? Because if that is true, then that's something that we as DC need to push for. Because versus the total budget of SAPS, that's a relatively low number for this type of outcome. So on that point, I'm trying to understand that 91 million rand. Going forward, I think we did have it in some overview presentation previously. I'm trying to understand the man-hour deployment, number of resources that we utilize, because within the context of the whole country for that period, 91 million rand is a relatively small amount of money. And then secondly, we're not the only resource. And yet again, I do recall seeing another presentation. So let's look at what the SAPS resources that was deployed. But second to that, I've got to assume there are other resources. We mentioned home affairs, labor. I'm going to assume we're going to have traffic. It's going to be immigration. In some cases, it's Metro Police. There are other role players here. I do think it would be useful if we're pushing this to understand what the total resource deployment is to the state across this. and what the prospective cost. I've got to assume that SAPS is the highest resource count or cost. But even if that came in at 200 million rand in total for the state for that period, I do think that is a relatively low cost. And this is what we use to drive these operations. It's up to us at a budget level to find you that. But I do think it would be useful if you arm us in a general sense, indicating what resource it is that we can utilize across all entities and what the prospective cost is. Let's prep for next year, and possibly let's prep for June as well, where we've got these holiday periods and we can focus it. It shouldn't just be the festive season. It should be holiday season. But I'm liking what I'm seeing, but please help us help you. Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Terplanch.
Chairperson, thank you. Chairperson, I also want to commend the police on this operations. And it's nothing short than impressive, the number of arrests and whatever they achieved. Now, Chairperson, my obvious question now is, so what now? What happened to all those people that got arrested? Have they been charged? Where are they in the process? Did some of them pay admission of guilt, etc.? Because we arrested a lot of people. And, you know, the question is, as I said, what happened to them now? Visit for visible policing, that was very, very good. And also, you know, the arrest of wanted people. But once again, they must still be channeled to court or through court. And my question once again remained, what now? What happened to them? What is the outcome to date? And what did it do? Is the courts able to carry this extra load? What happened now? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Gerike.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and colleagues. Chair, it's very, very encouraging, the figures that we have seen, and we have witnessed ourselves the success of this Operation Chanela in many ways throughout the festive season. And let us emphasize here the festive season. So yes, it is encouraging to see all the successes. I just do have some concerns or serious consideration, and maybe the National Commissioner can assist us. I don't want us to answer if we're going to defend. I want us to answer if we want solutions. With all respect, and General Commissioner, I approach you respectfully because you speak respectfully on this platform. I'm just worried about the roles and responsibilities in terms of Section 205 of the Constitution, the mandate of the police. And you must hear my heart now. The mandate of the police is to fight crime and to make sure that you prevent crime and investigate crime and maintain public order, to protect and secure the inhabitants of the Republic, and to uphold and enforce the law. This is your mandate, your calling. It's cemented in the Constitution. So it makes me to worry. You know, I understand that you implement the law, or you execute the law when you visit farms, when you visit, for instance, a labor department, and you make sure that things are in place and so on. That's a lot of manpower going in there. It's a lot of time, man hours, resources, and so on, to do some inspections on farms, you know, and do some inspections at labor departments or at businesses and so on. It's a worrying factor. It brings me to the point to say, has the time not arrived to debate the sole exclusive role of the police on the one side with regard to crime, and to separate the powers that hangs on this or that hinges on this 205 and say maybe we must open up another division or department or whatever to enforce the law on your labor department, on your farms, on your labor-related issues, and so on, as opposed to the fact that we have police deployed on a full-time basis to go into those farms and to visit businesses and so on, because the real war of crime is on the streets of South Africa. This is my argument. The real war of crime is there when the lights, when load shedding is taking place, where gunshots are going off in neighborhoods and so on. Then we must be present right there in the center of those happenings. So I would love to hear, because I know that you cannot decide on this, National Commissioner, through the chair, but maybe we can take a proposal forward, Mr. Chair, in debating, discussing these issues, and look at the separation of powers and the delegation of powers on other sectors in the public sector, so that they execute and so that they are enabled and empowered to execute these duties that the National Commissioner has reported upon, over and above fighting the real crime, the hard crime, and so on and so on. That's the first issue. The other issue is that, yes, 91 million rand for the festive season. It's a relatively modest amount, Chairperson. It's really modest, measured at the successes that we have just seen, and we must admit. I mean, we must admit that there were successes. We cannot just shoot it off. The question is the sustenance of the project Chanela, because there are signs or there are results to see that it is working. Now, in order to take it forward, you need, as my colleague has said, you need an increased budget. And it's always said that, that we don't have money and we cannot afford it and so on. But if your country is in a predicament, and if your country is in a mess with regard to crime, and if your country, if these levels of crime stop investment and investors to come into the country, has the time not arrived that we then prioritize the war against crime? In other words, then we need to pool all resources into this pool and to say, let us first get a grip on this crime. I've read the book of this guy that was once the mayor of New York, I think it's Julian Giuliani. And in no time, he has taken control of that New York. He repossessed everything. The dignity of people, restored the dignity. He's cleaned the streets and so on. I don't say that we are America, but I say if we pull more resources, we will be able, if there's a political will to do this, to empower our officials, I think we will have successes. And so I propose, Chairperson, in closing, that we look at empowering the police for what the police should do in terms of the Constitution. And again, this is why the call has been made for all other departments to be involved, because the Labor Department must be able to have their trained officials to go to farms, to go to businesses or wherever, so that the police concentrate on the core function of fighting crime on the streets. We must change then the approach towards fighting crime, and therefore we need a bigger meeting, a bigger engagement, Mr. Chair. I would love to hear the opinion on this. I know it's most probably impossible for this term, but looking forward, we must be able to do the extraordinary to get control and grip over crime in our country again. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Marekwa.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, maybe let me start from what Honorable Gerike mentioned about Rudy Giuliano. But one area that he's not touching is that Giuliano also mentions that, or highlights or advises that alone let me put it as SAPS, you'll not be able to fight crime alone. But he was able, Kiliano, to bring many parties together in order to fight crime around the New York precinct. So I think that's a good example. And I think we normally emphasize in this committee that SAPS needs communities and other parties to be involved in the fight against crime, because alone as SAPS, they will not be able to do that. Chairperson, my input, let me commend the work done by the police during this period that we are discussing, which is the festive season. I also take note of the cost involved for the operation to have been conducted, and that we commend that it is important that as police continue doing their work, the issue around their budget needs to be looked at, because we cannot have operations that are conducted during a certain periods where criminals will also pause a little bit, and once the operation stops, the criminals go out and be all over the streets of South Africa. So I think some of these operations like this one, which was a very successful operation, needs to have intervals or to be continued so that there's no stop and go in between and allow criminals to go amok. And then when we have the operation, it's about looking for suspects, but we need to ensure that there are no suspects, there's no crime committed, because the operations are continuous. The issue of budget needs to be looked into. The other thing, Chair, I want to request the police is that the rural areas also need a lot of attention, because as you do operations in the main cities, towns, and other suburbs and so on, some clever people run to the rural areas, cool off there, and once the dust is settled, they start operating within the rural areas, because you start to realize that a lot of drugs are being, a lot of young men and women also in rural areas are starting to use drugs at a level that we never saw before. So I think rural areas, as we have this operation, they need to be given that particular attention. Slide 4, Chair, on the presentation that talks to the Durban Harbour, the drugs and the amounts involved there. It seems like Durban Harbour is now an area that makes it easy to bring in or take out drugs, because we're not sure whether these drugs were coming in or going out. So what I would like to know is there any indication from the police side where the drugs came from or where they were supposed to go? And are there any individuals that are linked to these drugs so far? Because in the other slides, they are talking of arrests and so on, but I cannot make a link in terms of exactly the issues around the Durban Harbour. Chair, I think also on the other slides, slide 14, the police talk about stop and search. This one must be continued, Chairperson, because people carry very dangerous things that you just some altercations. People have weapons that you have never seen, and that's where the crime is starting to be committed. Issues of stop and drinking. We focus on people driving cars and drinking, but we have a lot of people walking the streets with bottles of alcohol, drinking openly without being stopped or without being bothered. So I think together with the police and with SAPS, together with the municipalities where there are metros, I think it can be done easily to engage in this, to bring order to our communities, because you see even very young people drinking alcohol and they don't even bother even when they see older people. So I think this area of alcohol that is so much in our streets must also be attended to, because it starts there with a bottle of beer, later on it's something bigger and crime gets committed. So I think together with the people selling alcohol, the alcohol outlets must also be empowered or educated in terms of making sure that people who buy don't immediately open the bottle while they leave the premises, but to encourage safe drinking in safe environments, whether it's your home. We could do it during the lockdown. Why can't we do it now? Buy and go, let them go and drink at home. So I think those areas need attention, Chairperson. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. National Commissioner, those are the contributions from honorable members. We really appreciate the good work.
Awukakangithinti phela mina Chair uyangijumpa mfethu.
No, I don't see your hand.
Hayi bo ngisiphakamisile isandla. Yombona
Okay.
siyelo bucanda uzothola esi-red se-EFF.
Get in, Makaula.
Thanks Chair. Yabona lo nkosazana oqeda ukukhuluma manje. Ukuba useduze abe ngiyamxhawula. Chair, yabona lezi zinto ayikhuluma ngazo. Zokuphuza utshwala emgwaqweni, ukuhlala kwabafana emgwaqweni. Bakhululeke. Ezinye zeyinkinga ezibanga lezinto yokugcina sekungena idakamizwa. Nalama tavern adayisa ukudla angenamthetho kodwa uthola ukuthi ngaphakathi kudayisa utshwala. Uthola ukuthi umnikazi wakhona mabefika lapha kuyena bayamgwazisa. Yabo? And enye into angizwa ngithi ngiyambonga lo kade ekhuluma manje. Ngoba ukhombisa ukuthi uyayazi into kodwa manje makuyiphoyisa nginombuzo omncane ngoba uyakwazi lezi zinto ukuthi kufanele zenzeke. Futhi uyayibona zifanele ukuphephisa umphakathi wakithi kuma drugs nakuyibhamu. Why bopho bengaku-implement lento lomthetho? Tholakala ukuthi elokishini akekho umuntu ohamba ephethe utshwala uphuza utshwala. Tholakala ukuthi lama tavern adayisa utshwala nokudla oba lapha yana nje kule tavern khona ingane lapha yana ezohamba yothengisa inkwa la kudayisa utshwala. And ngibuyele nalento yama first eve. Mina ngiyiboni lento ukuthi ibalekile chairperson. Ukuthi koze kulindele ukuthi okay kuzoba no Good Friday aqinisweni umthetho. Oh, Christmas aqiniswe umthetho. Yini ningenzi lento eniyenze ngesikhathi se-COVID? La kwakuvale khona kuthiwa nyani ukwazi ukusebenza ngoba mina ngibona ukuthi amaphoyisa la eSouth Africa ayakwazi ukusebenza. Kodwa manje akwazi wona ukusebenza ngoba kunento evuna wona engafanele. Thina abantu abamnyama kuyimanje bayaphela emalokishini. Akalusa sikwabone phela bengena belusana nama tavern la wagcwele all corner to corner wabantu abamnyama. Ngoba ama-human trafficker lapha kunento abayifaka la utshwaleni amantombazane abhenga lapha yemakethi yochama sigcotshelwe lento iyayibona sihambile. Lento yenzeka kuwonke ama-province. Ngiyacela mina ukuthi ngaleko kuhlangana la i-portfolio committee sizokhuluma into ezingayindawo. Asiwabona amaphoyisa enza njengalesa sikhathi se-COVID. Not manje even ibhamu lezi. Amaphoyisa alula ukuthi angayibambi ibhamu. Avale ngapha nangapha kuthathwe ibhamu. Ama-drugs la ashushumbiswa ngey'moto zamaphoyisa. Wona phakathi amaphoyisa aphathe ibhamu. Athi mayithathe komunye aphinde ayidayisele igebengu. Ezinye zezinto lezo kufuna abazazi ngoba thina siyasebenza on the ground. We know everything what happened phansi. Ngiyacela ngemvume yakho Chair. Ukuthi ake siyeke lento siyiphalamende ama-official lawe siwathembele kubona bazoxoxa indaba la. Asibone kwenzeka la ikhaya elisha. La nePhilip. ePhilip awukwazi uhamba khona. Mina point angikwazi kuya. Ko West Street kugcwele ubugebengu. Ithe kwakuhambe kubanjwe inkunzi. Leya nto ayikhombisi ukuthi amaphoyisa ayakwazi ayenza njengesikhathi se-COVID. Ayiwayi manje. And nalona ku-National Commissioner lo wenu emhleni lapha. Akanika amaphoyisa iy'moto ezi-right zokusebenza. Aphinde abapromote, aphinde enze sure nemali abayiholayo iyakwazi umgciniso ngoba akwazi ukusebenza wena la ngapha le mali yakho ayiboni ukuthi yenzani. Ngiyabonga Chair ngemvume yakho. Angisazi ukukuhlupha but lo nkosazana ade ekhuluma manje ngiyamvuma kodwa akagcini ngokukhuluma. Otherwise ucommissioner bayeke manje baba amadoda akuba abantu besifazane ngoba bona kusho ukuthi abawazi umsebenzi abazodlula abantu besifazane ngoba thina sifelwa amasifelwa yingane. Ingane zethu phenduka izibotho manje. Ama drugs ayaziwa. Bafike lamaphoyisa abayagwazela. Ngiyabonga.
Thanks very much. National Commissioner.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. In response to Honorable Karike's views, I do take note of that, and I agree with him. Yes, maybe that topic should be open so that we can look at things from all angles. And also his example of the mayor of New York, Giuliani. The difference with him is that he was in charge of everything in the city. Whereas in our case, we are only responsible for policing, but most of the other work, which actually are the root causes of the crime, they lie somewhere else. I think the step by the cabinet to approve the integrated crime and violence prevention strategy is in a good direction. It's also aiming there so that all the other role players are involved, because we can do as much, but there's so much buildings in the cities which they belongs to no one. There's a lot of people staying there. They are not knowing one another, and nobody's taking care of whether are these people paying services, who are they. And so those are some of the challenges that we need to, together with the cities, come around and resolve, which will assist us in resolving crime, because some of those buildings are full of criminals, some are, So the implementation of this integrated crime and violence prevention strategy by all role players, both national, province, and local, will definitely resolve our local issues, because that's where problems are happening. Honorable Chairperson, the Durban Harbour, the drugs that comes there, they were coming mostly from your South America, that is Brazil, which we were cooperating with them in terms of intelligence. That's how we were able to intercept those drugs. Some of them were destined for this country, some for repackaging in this country and moving forward to other countries. So that's how the movement of these drugs are. And we do keep our networks with the various other countries in terms of exchanging intelligence and information with a view to intercept them before they get on our streets. So that will continue doing. We agree, drinking public is not allowed. And yes, our policemen and women should deal with that wherever it emerges. It's not something that we can embrace, because that's where things goes wrong, including illegal taverns. I'm sure we have seen the figure of how many illegal taverns we have closed, and we will keep on closing such, but where members of the community and all this honorable committee come across areas that needs our attention in terms of illegal taverns and shebeens that are operating, or legal ones that operate beyond time, we need to be informed. Even the local station commander can be informed, and definitely we will take action in that regard. I think that was all, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, National Commissioner. I think crime, like we used to say, is everybody's business. That's why the appeal from the National Commissioner that let us also play our role. Let us inform the police, because it's impossible to have a police officer in every street in South Africa. The numbers are down. Now we might be recruiting 10,000 for the past 3 years, but we are also having police officers who are retiring. Some are being killed. So we'll never replace the numbers lost by the numbers we are recruiting. And the committee, national commissioner says, if we average the expenditure, we might be needing 1 billion extra, specifically to sustain this operation, so that police are more visible on a regular basis. Let's have that submission maybe next week, together with the submission for your needs and budget, so that we look at it and see how far can we go. And the discussion about separation of powers, I think that is that the politicians in this August House must initiate. But members are saying we might need the input from the police officers or the SAPS, so that we are correctly guided. When we engage in discussions, we are correctly guided as to where can we delegate other responsibilities to other departments, so that the police officer remain focused on crime prevention. Honorable Golding.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just a follow-up to my last one, just to clarify in terms of looking at total numbers. I did request that we looked at the numbers of both man hours or person hours and the cost, not just of SAPS, but all the external role players. SAPS cannot do this on their own, as indicated. And while we as the PC may be able to find an extra R500 million or R1 billion for SAPS, if the other entities' role players are not planned into this, we'll fail. So when we look at those presentation numbers, can we make sure that we understand what the resource impacts are from the other departments as indicated? Thank you, Chair.
It might be difficult, Honorable Golding, for police to get those cost implications. Otherwise, they will not be able to report now. Because those departments must cost their inputs. Yeah. Yes, Honorable Golding.
Chairperson, in one of the previous conversations or presentations, they may not have given us costs of the people, but they did give us resources used in terms of people from Home Affairs, people from Labour, people from Metro Police. And I think I'm just trying to understand what that scale is. Is it half the resource? Is it 5% of the resource? I'm sure that we're able to, base on that, kind of estimate. But just so that we know how much of this is dependent, how much of it is independent. So maybe just person hours or people working. Thank you, Chair.
All right. If we can, National Commissioner, let's include that. Honorable Delbranch.
Chairperson, thank you. I just want to make sure that the response on my questions that I asked, the last questions that I asked, will also be coming next week, because I didn't get any response on my question this far. And I just want to make sure that that is also going to be included next week. Thank you, sir.
I think the National Commissioner can answer. I remember you asked a question, what happens to those people who are arrested? Where are they? And so on and so on.
Yes, Chairperson, thank you.
Honorable Gerike.
Yeah, just briefly, Chair. Some of the questions that we have submitted, particularly some of my questions, won't be able to be resolved on a short-term basis. This is why I was continually hammering on the fact that we need a bigger meeting, a bigger summit with all relevant role players. If you take, for instance, the separation and the delegation of powers, you're going to need Labour Department in the same room. You're going to need, for the truancy officers, you're going to need, for instance, education. And there's a lot of other interdependent departments they must come forward. And I think it's a privilege for us as the police committee to take that initiative, taking it forward. And if there needs to be some kind of amendment in legislation or regulations or whatever, we must take the bull by the horns and take it forward, because we cannot go on as business as usual, Chairperson. So we're not expecting a quick short-term solution, National Commissioner. We say let us embark on a process so that we make sure that even if it's in the next administration or in this administration, that we get the things right as we discuss it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. National Commissioner.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. We will work on a consolidation of the needs and costs. We will do that. Working out on other costs, because here we're only talking about overtime, Honorable Chair. There are other costs in terms of your transportation and which were excluded. We can work on all the consolidated costs and also all other departments in terms of the cost to the state. The arrested people during the festive season, Honorable Chair, most of them appeared in court. I don't have the exact figures now. I don't know. I'll check if General Sibia has. Most of them appeared in court. There are those that are still in custody, and some has been released on bail, some has been released on warning, some are minors which have been released into the care of parents. But the breakdown of those figures, unfortunately, I do not have them. But mostly for the serious crimes or violent crimes, they are still inside, most of them. Very few that went out on a bail on double check. Yeah, I think that's General Sibia. Is there any addition from your side? Doesn't look like he's there.
General Sibia?
No addition, General.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. We do have specific figures that we can give, which is part of our Chanel every Monday. We do keep figures in terms of where are the people that we have arrested in the criminal justice system, where are they currently? We do keep that. Yeah, we can make that available later. Thanks, Honorable Chair.
Thanks very much. Let's make it available. Honorable members, thanks very much. Let me
Angibuzele shenga lo mlungu omithise inja yazala ingane zo7 kuboshwe yena noma kuboshwe imali na noma impendulo ngeke uyithola na, ngoba ezinye zezinto la eSouth Africa thina abantu abamnyama senza izinto ziyapublishwa zenziwe, kodwa maku abamhlophe ayipublish. Ngifuna ukwazi ukuthi ugcine enziwe njani lo mlungu lo mithise inja eNorthwest wayizalisa ingane zo7. Ngiyabonga.
Yeah, thanks. Some of the things they will respond in writing, like he says. They may not have details now.
Babuze ngalo mlungu ozalisa izinja. Ingane zo7.
Yeah, we expect those responses. I'm not sure whether Honorable, National Commissioner, you have an answer to that immediately.
Northwest.
Honorable Chair, let me
Kaula, can we give the National Commissioner an opportunity to respond?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. That it is a crime, but let me hear from the Provincial Commissioner of Northwest. I'm not aware of this case. General Kwena.
Provincial Commissioner Northwest. Lieutenant General Kwena.
General Kwena.
The PC is on platform, but maybe logged in and went somewhere.
I'll call him General Chairperson. I'm calling him.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Am I audible now?
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair, and good afternoon also to the Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, the National Commissioner, and all the colleagues on the platform. That video started circulating 2 days before. All indications are that it is said that it is in Northwest, but we haven't till thus far located the place actually where it happened, National Commissioner. We don't have further information. No, none of these stations that are in Northwest 85 can pinpoint and indicate that it happened at their stations. However, when you look at the video, it's talking Northwest.
Okay.
So it's like it's something that is circulating in the video, but we don't have certainty of it, where it is happening, even the stations that are around to the province itself.
Okay. I think let's continue investigating and let's have that response in writing. Honorable members, are you fine, National Commissioner?
No, thanks, Honorable Chair. I think, yeah, we will follow up this one case and then provide the response. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, National Commissioner, with your team. Thanks very much, honorable members. Special thanks to members of the Portfolio Committee on Women, Children, and Women, Youth, and people with disability for your attendance to this meeting. Thanks for respecting our invitation. Let's continue engaging. Let's continue giving each other information so that where police are supposed to intervene, they have that information to intervene. Thanks to the staff from the ministry and thanks to the support staff from Parliament. The meeting stand adjourned. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, Chair. Bye, Makaula.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you,
Bye
Chairperson.
bye. Ufuna lo mlungu ocollective baba
Thank you,
abongwe.
Chairperson. Bye-bye.
Bye
Bye.
abantu bethu. Bye bye.
Ngisabe ngokuphendula. Cabanga ukuthi uzangenza lento le phakamisa izinto ziye phezulu.
Thanks, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, National Commissioner.
Recording stopped.